Generational talent, playing at the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Kirsty Vynan!
For 18, but she can, and she will, and she'll get. Trouble is found. It's going to be double 16. It's a 108. That's magnificent from Natalie Gilbert. With 4 points on the board, and double 10 is found.
Kirsty Hutchinson.
Double 19. Well, how many times does that happen? When you bust the score of your previous turn. 8. Then Vynan looks at double 8 to complete a 3-0 win, and it's a 5-star day for the Finn Kirsty Vynan.
And that is a beautiful finish from Gemma Hayter, 156.
Well, yesterday it was a perfect day from start to finish for the Finn Kirsty Vynan, and she has a 4-point lead at the top of the group as we head into day 2 of Women's Week 4 here in Portsmouth. Hello, very good morning. Welcome along to the action. It's day 2 of Women's Week 4 here on the South Coast, and Kirsty Vynan is looking to continue her perfect record in Group A. She won 5 from 5 on Monday, but there's the chasing pack behind her, which are all tightly conjoined. Alongside me is Laura Turner to talk through all of the action on this Tuesday. And look, when we look at Monday, it was all about Kirsty Vynan, and 5 wins from 5. She was just the most consistent player throughout the course of the session.
Yeah, she was, wasn't she? And we saw bits of everything from Kirsty Vynan, from dominant performances, rolling out a 3-0 victories, to actually coming from behind. She was really up against it against Gemma Hayter. She found herself 2-0 down, but she found a way to come back, and I think out of the entire field, the best performances have come via the consistency of Kirsty Vynan.
She's somebody that's really made a name here, and her expectations as a result of what she's done in the past in this building has gone up a little bit. A lot of players would feel that weight of expectation on their shoulders, but Kirsty seemingly just takes everything in her stride.
Yeah, we talked about it, didn't we, in commentary, that she's so cool, calm and collected. Talking about that one where she was 2-0 behind, she didn't look like she panicked. She didn't seem to worry about it. She just found the next level to bring her game up to how Gemma Hayter was playing at the time. I do agree. I think sometimes when people come back, especially in a building where they've had success before, when there's expectation on their shoulders, that they can find that really difficult to mitigate. But Kirsty seems to be dealing with it, more than fine, and actually probably just relishing the fact that she is playing some of the best darts we've ever seen from her.
Who else stood out yesterday for you?
I think there was good things from everyone that played yesterday. Kirsty Hutchinson, for example, Kirsty had some games where she looked like she was really struggling, but then produced 2 of the best statistically, best performances in terms of averages as well. But Trina had a great start. I think what every player will probably say is just the fact that it's the consistency. If someone can get that scoring element and the doubling element, and if it all comes together, Kirsty Vynan, she's got that buffer at the moment, but that could soon disappear.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about proceeds. Perhaps no surprise that Kirsty Vynan goes off a huge favourite, 2-5 with the odds compilers. But below her in the league table, things are very, very tight indeed. That race for Group B really could hot up come the end of play today.
I think so, yeah, because even Paige Pauling, she's at the bottom of the table. She has got that one solitary win, but if she can turn things around today, she's only 2 points off of the rest of the field. Gemma Hayter obviously in second place on 6 points, so there isn't a lot to actually, to separate the entire pack at the moment. Things will change. Obviously, we know things change on a Tuesday, but I think there's going to be a lot of vying for position, because if they're not going to go through in top spot, Group B is the place to be.
It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, into the action then. Day 2 here at Women's Week 4, and a brand new trophy is being played for. First up for us, Kirsty Hutchinson is in action. A second appearance for her here, alongside Natalie Gilbert, who's also here for a second time. For Kirsty, 2 wins out of 5 on Monday, but they did come with the 2 best performances of the day. I caught up with the former world finalist earlier on this morning to get her assessment of things overall. Must have been a bit of a strange day yesterday. 2 really good performances, 2 wins. What would be your overall assessment of things?
Yeah, yesterday was very inconsistent. I struggled to find a range and a rhythm. 3 games were very, very poor. I struggled to get out of the 60s, but found my game against Paige and Natalie, averaging in the 80s. So I'm hoping to maybe quicken up a bit today, and hopefully that makes a more positive run.
So is it about taking the positives from the 2 really good games then yesterday?
It is, yeah. I mean, I do find it hard to take positives. I usually, take all the negatives. But today, fresh mind and just see what happens. Hopefully we get some more wins.
Second time playing at Women's Week. How did you find it the first time around?
Very nervous the first time round. Coming into this week, I was very, very positive. My game was going good on the practice board. But yeah, yesterday was a struggle, and I just need to put things right today.
And also playing the full week, is that a good thing for you right now, having those 5 days playing? You can learn a lot about your game in that time.
Yeah, I found that I started slow last time on the Monday and made up for it on the Tuesday, and I didn't want to do it this time, but it's happened again, and today's moving day, so hopefully I can move up that table.
Well, look forward to watching you play. Kirsty, good luck.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Very honest appraisal there from Kirsty Hutchinson about her opening day's efforts here at Women's Week 4. 2 wins, but the 2 best performances of the day. And so she'll be looking at taking those types of positives into day 2 as she takes on Natalie Gilbert in the opening game of the session. Both players on 4 points going into Tuesday's action. The winner will join Gemma Hayter on 6 in the group ahead of her opening match against Trina Guliver. That's in game 3 of the session. Well, 2 players making their second appearances here at a Women's Week at the Modus Super Series. Kirsty Hutchinson playing in back-to-back Women's Weeks, whilst for Natalie Gilbert back after a year's break. For Kirsty, the 34-year-old from Durham, former World Championship finalist, as I say, making a second appearance here, whilst Natalie Gilbert is a winner on the Women's Series circuit, the 41-year-old from Tamworth in the Midlands. And she'll be looking to, at the very least, get herself in play for Group B contention. A really good day today. Could see her pile the pressure on Kirsty Vynan right at the very summit. It's Kirsty Hutchinson, though, to get us underway on this Tuesday. And it was certainly a case where the best was left for last. Average of 85.06. The best performance by any player in a day to get the better of Natalie 3-1 in the final match of yesterday's session. Laura Turner's alongside me once again to talk through all of Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 97. And for Kirsty Hutchinson, I suppose it would be clutching at the positives about yesterday's play.
Yeah, and I think that is what she needs to do, because those 2 performances, as you mentioned, they were really
66. Solid
performances. Just think with Kirsty, sometimes when things start to go awry or go against it, you can see in the body language that she finds that quite difficult to deal with.
Well, she kind of
58.
Admitted that, didn't she, in her interview, that sometimes she lets the frustration perhaps get the better of her a little bit.
I think it's a testament to kind of the player that she is as well, because we know the successes she's had. You mentioned previously she's a World Championship women's runner-up, and when you've played at that level and you've been able to have those type of performances, when you do start to struggle, you find yourself on the back foot. It is difficult to contend with.
I get the sense for Kirsty, if she gets through to Saturday, she'll see that as a real big success. And anything 98. Other than that will just be a bit of a bonus for her.
And I do think for a lot of the players in the field, it's also just having spent your time here knowing that you've played to the very best of your ability. If you come here and you just can't find that level of performance, that's when you feel like it might be an opportunity wasted.
100. Natalie,
Well,
you
Gilbert's
require
got first
130.
opportunity to finish off the first leg of this contest. 130 for the break of throw. Can she find a way through into the treble? Not too far away. Hutchinson back for 126.
57.
Similar type of combination.
Kirsty
One
require
treble will leave her a dart at the
126.
ball.
$42. Natalie requires 73.
So what can Natalie make of this 73? Opportunity to break the throw, Hutchinson, in this opening leg. There's going to be a dart, a double top.
53.
You heard it clip the
Kirsty
wire.
require
Could
84.
be a big chance miss for Natalie Gilbert early on this morning. And that's the frustration, missing the single number.
Which is presented Natalie with 3 more at double 10 to get the show on the road. Now, Kirsty just going through the mathematical equations. Of course, you can ask
44.
the referee,
Natalie
Jack
require
Garwood,
20.
what is left. All he can't do is tell you how to go
Game
for it.
shot of first leg.
But Natalie
Natalie
Gilbert shows us the way to double 10, takes the opening leg with a break.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's a solid start for Natalie Gilbert. Kirsty Hutchinson probably a bit frustrated already because she squandered the opportunity
93.
to have a shot at the ball to take the opener.
$60.
These two really good friends on the circuit. And we kind of alluded to it when these two played yesterday. It does add a different dynamic when you play a
85.
close friend. Sometimes say it's easier to play somebody you don't like because it's easier to channel that energy.
41.
Yeah, I think it comes with a different element, doesn't it? When you play someone, they travel around the PDC women's circuit together, around the WDF tour as well. I think even here this weekend, they will be
58.
sharing an apartment together.
We see it here often where players who
60.
begin as absolute strangers share a house for a week together and then become lifelong friends.
Yeah, you do with the Super Series because you're all in that practice room together, and as you mentioned, there is that
95.
element that you might be sharing with other players as well. You do tend to find that happens more times than not.
Although I'm not sure there's many other sports where you share a bathroom with your opposition.
121. Natalie require 170.
Not sure Carlos Alcaraz is sharing an Airbnb with Novak Djokovic, for example.
42.
Mind you, if they are, there's probably a house big enough where they've probably got their own housing quarters.
Just annexes here and annexes there. Yeah, absolutely.
Mansion number 1 and mansion number 2.
137. Natalie require 120.
Gilbert 128 for a 2-0 lead. Haven't got the break in the opener, not to be on this occasion. So Hutchinson back for 82 to square this game back up.
80.
Yeah, a couple of really
Kirsty
strong
require
visits from Kirsty
82.
Hutchinson. 121, 137, leaving her this opportunity at 82.
Bullseye.
57. Natalie
Well,
require
the line was
48.
okay, but just a little bit too high from Kirsty. So Natalie back for 48 to level this. Oh, sorry, to go 2-0 up in this game. Double 8.
Game shot on the
Squeezed in
second
the corner.
leg. Natalie
2-0
Gilbert.
to Natalie Gilbert.
Third leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Natalie had some really mixed results yesterday. She kicked off
85.
proceedings against Our table topper Kirsty Vynan narrowly defeated in that. Then went on to win a couple of games, including a 3-1 over Paige Pauling and that 3-0 victory over Gemma Hayter. Just feels like that type of group, Kirsty Vynan aside as it stands, that everyone has the potential here to beat everyone else.
108!
Well, at the first max of the day. And Kirsty on throw looking to force
29.
the issue of Natalie Gilbert. First things first, force your opponent to serve it out in the next. And the one thing Kirsty does have, at least being 2-0 down this way, she only has to break the throw.
82.
Natalie Gilbert wants to win this contest.
Yeah, Kirsty
140.
looking
Kirsty
quite
required
comfortable in this leg
154.
despite that 140 from Natalie Gilbert. Yeah, treble 18 was the target, so 90 left. And
82.
narrowly misses, but plenty of time as it stands.
$41. Kirsty requires 72.
Well, the only dart she's had at a double in this game was at the bullseye. She's going to get time and space here to take her first leg, but she's going to have to do it with her next turn because she's stooped low into the treble, bust the score, and she's going to have to go back to the start upon her return.
Yeah, Natalie here just trying to chip away.
51. Kirsty requires 72.
So 72 again. This will be the safest of safe 20s. That's safe. It went into the double top. Belize is giving her a shot at a double. And double 10 is what she's looking at.
52.
Gilbert back on 183. Could only try and apply pressure.
93. Kirsty required 20.
That last up there, tapping on the shoulder of Kirsty Hutchinson. Now Kirsty finding herself chasing that double round the board, double 5 now.
10. Natalie required 90.
And all of a sudden, Natalie Gilbert has an opportunity to win this match, a leg that Kirsty Hutchinson dominated. And Natalie Gilbert here is going to have a dart at the bullseye to win it.
41. Kirsty required 10.
Matched dart come and gone for Natalie Gilbert. Another chance here for Hutchinson.
Six. Natalie
And by missing
required
twos,
49.
Hutchinson is on the cusp of losing this game because Gilbert back for 49. 15 left, having hit the double 17.
No score.
Yeah, we like
Kirsty
a double
required
combination,
4.
but that's not the outcome Gilbert was looking for.
Game shot in the third leg. Kirsty
Yeah,
Hutchinson.
Hutchinson gets across the line in the end, but 7 missed opportunities
It's
in
Natalie
the
to
leg
throw
and
first.
sees it out in 26
Game
darts
on.
in the end.
Well, I think Kirsty will just breathe a sigh of relief, won't she, that she's got over the line in that one, a leg which she dominated. Natalie then had opportunities to win the game, was unable to take them.
57.
But she does have the insurance policy here of having the throw to go on and win it now.
And you can't underestimate the importance that when you're starting. Obviously, I know the proceedings started yesterday, but it feels like you're
30.
kind of starting all over again when you come in first game on. Getting that first leg under your belt just allows you to perhaps try and relax into the game a little bit more.
85.
Well, Natalie played the first game of yesterday's session, lost out in a last leg decided to Kirsty Vynan.
60.
Then get the better of Paige Pauling in her second match of the session. Her other win was a 3-0 success against Gemma Hayter, which will be her next game.
23.
Round number 2 of the session. As for Kirsty, her best starts came towards the tail end of proceedings. The wins coming in game 3 and game 5, coupled up with those 2 performances, which are the best 2 recorded over the course of Monday's play.
$26.
Chance here for Hutchinson if she can find a treble. Just to wrestle away that advantage of throw.
60.
Well, the disappointment there was the first thing you'll be thinking of.
95.
310 is hit a 140, leave yourself on the big fish, and the treble 5 with dart 2 meant that possibility went out the window.
$100.
Hutchinson just edging slightly forward. Gilbert looking to leave herself on something when she comes back.
43.
And that last deflection means she's not yet on her finish.
And this game may well be changing direction rather quickly.
100.
Kirsty Hutchinson was 2-0 down, but has overturned the throw in this 4th leg and has an opportunity to square this game back up at 2 apiece, and would then have the darts in the next to win it. But
Kirsty
that 2 treble score,
91.
Gilbert leads herself on a single to double.
Shake of the head, but 89 left, so treble 19. How important was that 1-2-1 from Gilbert?
51. Natalie require 51.
Well, it should be 2 darts for the match. Should being the operative word. And so 1 dart, a double 16 does not go, and
35.
Hutchinson's back for 3 at
Kirsty
tops.
require 40.
Yeah, Natalie Gilbert's had match-winning chances in both this leg and the last. Double 10 for 2 apiece.
30. Natalie requires 16.
Well, that should be that. Double 8 for the match.
No
But
score.
it's low into the double 16. Natalie
Kirsty
Gilbert's done a Paul
required
Hogan.
Just needs to bring it down
5.
a bit, but did it too much.
Natalie requires 16.
More frustration for Hutchinson.
And you can understand why. She carved open the opportunity, couldn't
No
take it,
score.
but Gilbert's done it again.
Kirsty require 5.
Second time she's wanted double 8 and then drifted low into the double 16. She ponders and she's hopeful that Hutchinson does not find double 2.
Just squeezes the one in, and it's now up for double 1.
3. Natalie requires 16.
You get the sense that this visit is all about the first dart for Natalie Gilbert.
Game shot.
And with the second
match,
dart, Gilbert
Natalie
gets
Gilbert.
the win. A 3-1 success against Kirsty Hutchinson. These 2 good friends on the circuit. And it's Gilbert that takes the spoils. For Kirsty Hutchinson, that will be a bitter pill to swallow right at the very beginning of the session. A real frustrating one for her because she had opportunity to level the game. As you can see, 1 from 17 on the doubles. But it's Natalie Gilbert off to a winning start. Coming up after the break, Paige Pauling against Kirsty Vynan. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Natalie Gilbert got the better of Kirsty Hutchinson by 3-1 to kick off the action on this Tuesday morning. Game number 2 is a meeting between Kirsty Vynan and Paige Paulin, the players at the top and the bottom of the Group A table, respectively, going head-to-head in this one. Kirsty picked up a maximum allotted 10 points from Monday's play and is looking to temporarily extend her lead to 6 points at the top of the group. For Paige Paulin, Monday didn't quite go to plan, just the solitary victory to her name. It was missed doubles, really, that was the undoing for the 17-year-old from Kent. Third appearance here at a Women's Week at the Super Series, looking to make it through to a Saturday up against the 52-year-old Finn, who won the Women's Week 2 title, looking to become the first player to win any Specials Week on 2 occasions. Neil Duff did come very close to picking up the Double Trouble title twice back in March, losing out to Andreas Harrison in the final. So that may be a little bit of a determining factor for Kirsty over the course of the week. That's your referee for the day, Mr. Jack Garwood from Nottingham in England, world-class level
First
official.
leg, it's Paige to
He's
throw
refereed at
first.
the Circus Tavern in the past.
Game on.
It is Paige Paulin to get us underway in our second match of the session. And I suppose for Paige,
100.
knowing that she's going to play the week here, it's a case of just dusting Monday aside and then just trying to work your way into the week.
You just need to draw a line under it. Obviously, she did pick up that
44.
solitary win. It was a 3-1 win over Trina Gulliver, but There were some good bits in the
40.
performance. I just think, again, it's like the consistency. But coming here, it's the first day. Now it's day number 2, and it gives you this chance to grow into the tournament, because obviously even if you don't top the table, you know that you will be playing at least until Friday, either in Group B or in Group C.
Absolutely invaluable experience for her. And we often say it about players of Paige's age. We just wonder how they're going to equip to this format. I mean, there's a lot of experienced players that sometimes find it a little bit difficult to get used to the different environment and surroundings of the live lounge stage. But we saw enough in her first appearance
22.
here to suggest that she's going to feel very at home here. So it's perhaps no surprise that in the 2 appearances since that we've seen her play the entirety of the week.
That's Paige pulling here with the first opportunity at a finish.
42.
And we were talking about it at the top of the show. Yes, Kirsty, she went through the card, but it's not an unassailable lead as it stands. There's still 2 days of play left, and if Paige can get an early victory here, that would put her on 4 points alongside the likes of Trina Gilbert and Kirsty Hutchinson.
140.
I think the synopsis for Paige was missed doubles being the undoing for her on day number 1. Now, she did take out a 118 yesterday. There wasn't a necessity to take out the 119 on this occasion, but what she has done is leave herself tops upon her return to take the opening leg of the contest.
$59. Paige require 40.
So double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
It was
Paige
a great
Pauling.
guide with the first and used to perfection there for Paige Pauling.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
A win here for Paige not just puts her back within touching distance of the top 3 in the table, but it also gives the likes of Gemma Hayter some real motivation going into her first game, because it means that she could go back to within a couple of points of Kirsty in the table.
97.
It would spring correct exactly what we said at the beginning of the day. Yes, Vynan has a little bit of a cushion at the top, but on a Tuesday, things can very quickly work back to an even kilter.
140.
Both Paige Pauling and Kirsty Vynan are in Group 8 here in Women's Week, the 3rd edition.
28.
Head-to-head count in that week, it was 2-1 in favour of Vynan, but Pauling does know how to get past Kirsty. Sometimes when you're a slightly faster thrower, you have to learn very quickly to adapt to players that do have a more methodical approach.
100.
And I can imagine it's probably one of the biggest steps up in playing the senior game as opposed to playing the youth game, because
require
let's be honest, there's not too many young players coming through the system that are exactly slow coaches.
No, it's definitely an element that you're seeing more and more, that speed of throw. Not just the speed of the actual throw, the approach, the way that they take the darts out the board, everything is done quite rapidly, which makes it very exciting as a spectator.
96. Kirsty require
Kirsty with time on her side to level this game up at 1 apiece. Looking at 120. Well, that might not be a bad guide for the treble. In fact, it was the perfect guide. Double top.
100.
Just underneath.
But it is a solid response from Kirsty Vynan after
59.
losing the opening
Kirsty
leg.
require 20.
So 2 10s to square this game back up. 2 5s.
10. Paige require 136.
Oh, another one of those. But double 8.
120.
Great
Kirsty
effort.
required 10.
So Vynan look at a double 5 to square this contest up. She already missed visits worth at this target, and she's going to miss another couple. And so Pauline's back for 2-0. And
Paige
this will
requires
prick the ears
16.
up of everybody in the practice room if Pauline can pull this off.
Game shot on the second
2-0
leg.
it is.
Paige
She's got the
Pauling.
break and now has the darts to win the match. In fact, she's going to have 2 opportunities on throw to win this contest, although she won't want the second one
leg,
because that
it's
would be in
Paige
a
to
last
throw
leg
first.
decider.
Game on.
No, there's a massive
96.
chance, a massive opportunity here for Paige Pauling.
Looks a lot more comfortable on the stage this morning as well. Looks a little bit more at home.
60. $100.
Yeah, and in terms of stats and average, just around the 80 mark for Paige Pauling. Looking at putting in the performance of her week so far.
$60.
Yeah, you could see the reaction from Kirsty Vynan there because they were 3 very well thrown darts, but the outcome was trebleless.
77.
And the position she's in is perilous because Pauline is very close to securing a 3-0 win. Well, that 140 just asked the
140.
question of Paige in terms of setting things up here.
$54.
Yeah, if Kirsty Vynan here can find another couple of trebles, really will turn the leg around.
$45.
Yeah, but as it stands, unable to leave a finish.
58.
Well, Paige is first to have finished, but I think the way she started the leg, she would have wanted it to have been a bit more handy than 116. Vynan finds a treble here. This leg is up for interpretation, and that's exactly what she found. Another one, and then she's favourite for it.
100. Paige require 116.
Big moments. Paige missed a 136 earlier on in the match. And can't quite
6.
force the treble. Chance
Kirsty
again
required
for Vynan,
96.
but Vynan had a bit of double trouble so far this match. She's 0 from 6. Vynan now seeking out the treble, and she found one, but not the one she wanted.
And so it's opened up the door now for Paige Pauling to win this game. Kirsty Vynan has not lost a game yet in this group. She could be on the cusp of losing this one by a 3-0 scoreline.
Paige require 56.
Pauling's going to get 2 darts, providing she stays straight with dart 1 to win it. That's exactly what she does. Double top, only needs the
Shot
1.
And the match.
And the player at the bottom of the table has been the player at the top of it by 3 legs to 0. Paige Pauling inflicts her first defeat of the week to Kirsty Vynan. And it now opens this group up for interpretation. Best performance of the week so far for Paige Pauling. A 3-0 win over Kirsty Vynan. Coming up after the break, Trina Guliver takes on Gemma Hayter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Trina Guliver throwing her last practice darts ahead of a clash with Gemma Hayter. It's the third game of the morning session here on this Tuesday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And in the game before the break, we saw the player at the bottom of the table beat the player at the top of it. Paige Pauling 3, Kirsty Vynan 0. Trina Guliver back in action here. The 55-year-old, the 10-time world champion, up against Gemma Hayter, who next month will be looking to win the World Match Play for the very first time at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. 14 months on since her return to the sport. It's been a quick-fire, rapid rise for Gemma. And to the point now where we actually forget that she's a relative newbie back into the game. One of the very top players in the sport. Number 5 in the Women's Series Order of Merit. That's how quickly she's established herself as one of the big hitters in the sport.
Game on.
But for Trina, her longevity meets absolutely no bounds. And she will be hoping to put everything together, because there was times yesterday the scoring was absolutely fine. The doubling perhaps caused her 1 or 2 problems. But if everything can just knit together as one, there's no reason why she can't be in the reckoning to win this group come the end of proceedings.
Yeah, these two had a real battle between them. It was 3-2 in the end to Gemma Hayter.
47.
Trina pushing Gemma the entire way. You could argue as well, for Gemma Hayter yesterday, it really felt like a kind of day of two halves. That dominant start that was then halted by Kirsty Vynan. Natalie Gilbert then getting the better of her 3-0 before seeing out the day with the win over Trina Guliver.
Gemma was telling me this morning that she's just been getting on the other side of a little bit of flu. Jokingly saying, how can somebody have a cold in June when it's like 30 degrees outside? But she's back in a good bill of health now and looking to really peak her prep for the World Match Play, which takes place around about this time next month for the Winter Gardens. Both her and Kirsty will play in that particular event. It'll be a debut for Gemma.
43.
I remember when I qualified for my first World Championships, and we tended to find out like 3 months beforehand that, you know, by the cut-off point, and having that period of time in between knowing that you're in and actually going to the event actually it really does preoccupy the back of your mind, because every time you're playing you're kind of thinking, oh, I can't perform like this when I get there, or I hope I do this when I get there. And sometimes it's just another element to think about.
Interesting discussion that. We'll talk a little bit more about it in the next leg. Hayter, though, looking at 95 to get the break of throw and get on the board 95. In this contest. Well, the 25 there ensures of a dart at the bullseye, which she couldn't get. 61. I think the flight might have been in the way of that.
Trini require 95.
It's one of those routes, isn't it? You're playing the percentages by going for the bullseye first, but it can make things awkward. Well, that is the bullseye for Trina Guliver. So she should get at least one at a double. And that double is double 16.
63. Gemma, you require 34.
Well, 34 left. Does she go direct for the double 17 or does she split? Go straight for it.
I think the lay of that first one, maybe I would have been tempted to have gone
Jack 22.
to
Trina, you require
for
32.
double 16.
So double 16 for Guliver. Ah, double, not for the first time this week, Trina.
Game shot on the first leg.
Just like a
Trina
double
Guliver.
this week, isn't she?
She spent too much time sat in this seat. She's going for everything.
Second leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and that's another thing. When you do the commentary side of things
81.
and you're still actively playing, sometimes you can be a commentator in your own mind. I'm pretty sure sometimes Trina would have done something and would have said in her own head what she'd say in comms.
28.
It's a difficult filter to have, isn't it? I think it's probably even more difficult, the fact that she's playing in a building that she's probably
135.
more accustomed to working in now than playing in.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that pain.
81.
It's just an adjustment, I think. That's you do get used to it.
Scott Mitchell's told me in the past that when he plays on this stage, he's
60.
sometimes, when he started playing here, he was sometimes being found guilty of wondering what people backstage, the people that he works with, are saying.
135.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to know, Scott.
$121.
Yeah, despite the loose last one, Gemma Hayter down to 104 after just 12.
$60. Gemma, you require 104.
So 104 to level this game up, and 6 starts from here. Goes the 16s. Double top.
64.
Just over the bar.
She has time, but already for Gemma, I think yesterday one of the problems that she had that beautiful 156 finish, didn't she? And then off the back of that, just struggled for a few legs on the outer ring.
99.
She just
Gemma,
want to get
you
up here,
require
take this
40.
cleanly. All thoughts of missing doubles will just go out the back of your head.
Game shot on the second leg.
One
Gemma
up,
Hayter.
one in, and level we are, one apiece. I think yesterday would be best described as a day of swings and roundabouts for Gemma
Third
Hayter.
leg,
There was
it's
some really
Trina
good
to
stuff
throw
in there.
first.
I mean, the game that
Game on.
probably summed it all up was probably the match against Kirsty Vynan, where she went into a 2-0 lead, was averaging 107 at that point, but then would go on to lose 3-2.
140.
But making steady enough progress here, averaging a 2.5, despite those 5 missed darts at a double she's had in this contest.
28.
And she knows that the carrot's been dangled now because Kirsty Vynan lost her first game.
6.
She knows for a fact she wins this. She is in play. Couple of points off. Still to play Kirsty Vynan today. That game will come in the middle of the day's action. So she knows if she can win her first 2,
41.
she piles the pressure on Kirsty. It becomes a must-win game for the Finn all of a sudden, that third match of the session.
108.
First maximum of the day for Gemma Hayter. And that max there, pushing her average up to around the 87.5 mark. It's
27.
a
Gemma, you
really
require
solid opening
121.
performance.
And bullseye first, if Guliver not on a finish.
$71.
On a return, she will leave herself on 50 after 12.
100.
Nick
Jamie
Hayter
require 50.
can take this third leg. She'd have the opportunity in the next to see out the game.
30.
Not to be, but not that it needed to be on that occasion because Guliver's all the way back on 205. Hayter will come back 3 more in hand at double 10 to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
20. Game
Now
shot
he
in the
needs the
third
one.
leg. Gemma Hayter.
2 decent legs, 17 and a
Fourth leg.
16.
It's Gemma to throw first.
Too
Game
much
on.
for Trina at this present moment in time.
$85.
Guliver finished that last leg with a
22.
bit of a flurry of scores, a ton and a 135, but kicking off with a 22 in this one, you feel may not be enough to contend with.
36.
Although I have had a very dangerous 4-10 to my mind.
You're pausing. Okay, I'll ask. Go for it.
If Trina qualifies for Group B and you're playing in Group B as she hits a 180, does that mean I'm going to be commentating on my own? Because you do realise that
60.
that will end badly for everybody involved.
$135.
Well, I mentioned the disappointing start for Trina in this leg, 22, but
60.
what a way to bounce back.
Trina
180,
require
135, and
164.
on a finish after 9.
And I tell you what, that diversion into treble 5 is actually quite a lucky one because if she found the single 20 there, she would have found herself not on a finish.
44.
Much better leg this, as you say, from Trina, and Gemma's got nothing by way of reply.
25. Trina, you require 120.
So Trina Guliver at least 6 darts from this position. She will need all 6.
60.
Half the score.
$81. Trina requires 60.
So opportunity here for Guliver to level this game up at 2 apiece. Double top is what she's looking at.
Game shot
Double
on the
top
fourth
is what
leg.
she gets,
Trina
so we
Guliver.
go all the way. Good quality contest, this.
Fifth and final leg. It's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Guliver finding the breaker throw she needed in 17 darts. And now she has the opportunity to serve the match out.
40.
Well, Gemma will feel like if she loses this game,
97.
huge opportunity's been missed. She's seen her arrive at the top of the table, Kirsty Vynan, and lose her first match. A chance to half the deficit in terms of the points total. Defeat here
28.
means that suddenly Gemma's on the back foot and suddenly the pressure's on her to pick the points up. And it would mean that the game against Kirsty Vynan, if it wasn't before, definitely would be a must-win.
60. $100.
We said yesterday about yesterday, didn't we? It was a real battle between these two. The result was a deciding leg in favour of Gemma Hayter.
45.
I think the frustration for Gemma here is the spells of good stuff have been as good as anybody, maybe better than anybody else. But over the course of
85.
an entirety of a contest, it hasn't quite been there just yet.
We mentioned that match against Vynan where she was averaging around 107.
60.
When we spoke about it here, she was touching on nearly a 90 average. It's just tailed off as we're getting to the final stages of the match.
I feel like if you ask most of this practice room,
60.
one thing that you'd like to find for the rest of the week? I think most of them would say consistency, because the spells have been there. It's just harbouring it out more often than they would like. But that 180 there for Gemma Hayter, that could be a game changer.
Yeah, second max, and wow, what a time to get it. Trina desperately seeking out a treble and can't find one.
Gemma, you require 59.
Timing is everything in this sport. And
Good
Gemma
shot,
Hayter's timed that run to perfection. Saving her very best for the very last. She gets over the line against the Golden Girl in her last leg decider. Trina did make her work for it, but Gemma Hayter's on the board. The gap between her and Kirsty Vynan now is just 2 points. And this is how she did it. Average just under 79. 3 from 10 in terms of a doubling. That 180 right at the very end basically changed the complexion of that game. Coming up next, Kirsty Vynan against Kirsty Hutchinson.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Gemma Hayter got the better of Trina Guliver by 3 legs to 2, meaning the gap between her and Kirsty Vynan is now just 2 points, and Vynan has an opportunity to right along to her opening game against Paige Paulin, with a meeting against Kirsty Hutchinson. Is also looking for her first win of the day. Laura Turner is alongside me in the commentary box for all of the action on this Tuesday morning, and for Kirsty Vynan, the first time that she's had to bounce back from disappointment this week.
It is, but we've spoken about how she approaches the game, her attitude towards it, and she's not one of those players that naturally will panic
First
or
leg,
flap.
it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
I think sometimes when you are playing at such a level and you've had such a good day and then you come back into the venue and you're one of the first games on, it might sometimes just take a little while to settle, but you imagine a player like Vynan, she will push on.
55.
She's not really one that gets bogged down by very much. But she knows that the next hour or so is a pivotal hour because
100.
she plays this game against Kirsty. Gemma's then in action in the next match against Natalie Gilbert. And then in round number 3, Kirsty and Gemma will go head to head. By that point, Vynan could well be
60.
streaking clear and running away with the group, or Gemma Hayter may well have things back on an equal kilter. We may well have a race to the line in the second half of this Group A.
100.
Vynan put in a really dominant performance, came out a 3-0 winner in this encounter yesterday, and we've already seen a little bit of early frustration for Kirsty Hutchinson in her
44.
opening match against Natalie Gilbert, where there were patches where her scoring was on point, but just had some real issues seeing off legs.
I get the sense that
100.
that opening game kind of typified how she's felt about the week so far. There's been glimpses of some really good stuff, but perhaps when it's come to the crunch, she's felt like maybe a little bit's been left to be desired.
60.
But what we did see from Kirsty Hutchinson yesterday, yes, she did have some similar performances where you could see she was visibly frustrated, but the way she was able to bounce back in a couple of her games, producing statistically the best matches that we'd seen all around that kind of mid-80s mark, we know that it's definitely there in the locker. It's just for Kirsty, sometimes I feel she needs to be a little bit more
139.
forgiving of herself because, you know, at the end of the day, we're players, we're human, and you can't get perfection all the time.
It's almost finding that happy medium, isn't it? If you don't worry about those sorts of things, there's a problem. If you worry too much about those things, it's a problem. It's just finding that
Kirsty
medium of,
requires
yes, being
62.
frustrated, but then how to then channel that in the best possible way to then make best use of a situation. Well, the frustration following the first defeat to Natalie Gilbert looks like it's being channeled well here. Double top for a break in the opening leg against Kirsty Vynan.
42.
Not to be, but she does have time.
Well, for Hutchinson,
140.
just the one chance at the
Kirsty
outer ring, but
required
now
20.
that's under a little bit of pressure.
It's 2 5s.
10.
Opportunity missed.
Kirsty requires
And
41.
Vynan is back to take the open leg. A leg which for vast swathes of, she's been a bypass, a bystander. 14 left, double 7.
Oh, way off, but does leave the bed clear. But
No score.
cannot find that adjustment. So another
Kirsty
chance here for
required
Kirsty
10.
Hutchinson.
Game shot on the first leg.
Worked that
Kirsty
in
Hutchinson.
really well in the end. And I think that will be a bit of a sigh of relief there for Hutchinson because she really
Second
did
leg,
dominate
it's
the
Kirsty
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
For Kirsty Vynan, still yet to win a leg today. 4 legs played, 4 legs lost.
95. $61. $41.
quite often what we've seen over, well, mostly out of yesterday's play. There were quite a few opportunities where the early break was taken, as Kirsty Hutchinson's done here, but what you really want to do is double that lead immediately when you've got the advantage of throwing first, and there was quite a lot of times where there was an instant break back.
81.
And I don't think that's overly a big surprise in a shorter format, because there's always an air of desperation, isn't there? If you're 1-0 up, then you're trying almost sometimes too hard to open up a bit of a cushion, and the players behind suddenly knows they need to get into gear very quickly, otherwise the game could be over just as quickly as it started.
You often hear that kind of expression, don't you, where the players play the player or play the board, and I think in a short format,
95.
those reactionary players, those ones that kind of have that bit of adrenaline that pumps up when they find themselves 1-0, 2-0 down, I think that really lends itself well for a shorter format.
45.
I'm sure Tom Sykes wouldn't mind playing short format darts for a little while, the way he played at the weekend at the Six Nations.
Yeah, a player that's well known to us here at the Modus Super Series, but I do agree he was outstanding in a format which saw players play one leg. It was very difficult. We talk about this being tough and not having much time. One leg, you can be up there.
140.
I think
Kirsty
11 darts later, you're off.
Well, technically, if you're throwing second and somebody hits a 9 on throw, there's literally nothing you can do about that contest.
No, it was unique, and it was really fun to play. But I can say that now because we picked up the title.
It's easy to say when you've got the trophy in the cabinet, isn't it? Vynan looking at 110, looking at treble 18 with dart 2, unable to get.
40. Kirsty, you require 48.
Well, this would be to double a lead.
Game shot in the second
And
leg.
that was
Kirsty
cleanly
Hutchinson.
taken.
All I ask, Law, is you don't do a Glenn Durrant and
Third
mention
leg,
the
it's
Six
Kirsty
Nations
to throw
trophy every
first.
5 minutes.
Game on.
Oh, I most certainly won't. I think that's possibly the first time I've mentioned it. And it was in the context of Tom Sykes. So
In case you don't know,
81.
there's a little secret in this world of darts. Glenn Durrant won the Premier League once. Hi, Glenn. I know you're watching. And I know that you're going to send me a very nice text message in the next 5 minutes. We will see Glenn here in the next couple of weeks or so.
100.
well, Kirsty Hutchinson here
100.
looking to deny Kirsty Vynan. As a reminder, she went through the card yesterday. She didn't lose a game, but so far today, still in that position where she hasn't won a leg. And we said these things, they're not guarantees. Just because you do well one day does not mean you can always back it up on the next.
Well, we saw a game-changing 180, didn't we, in the previous game between Gemma Hayter and Trina Guliver.
140.
Hudson, a big score there, has piled the pressure on Vynan, who could be on the receiving end of back-to-back 3-0 defeats to kickstart the day, having won all 5 of her games on Monday. That's how quickly this format can compare and contrast from one day to another.
$100.
And this is what we were saying about Kirsty Hutchinson. She's managed to bounce back yesterday after disappointment. Clearly disappointed with her first performance
Kirsty
today.
require
She can
101.
convert this 101. I think she'll be delighted.
219. Not to be, but Vynan may be forced to take out this tud to save the match.
41. Kirsty require 100.
That's well within her remit. Got to fly it. Not completely disastrous, but that one is. And Hutchinson, more chances here.
Should get 2 to
84.
win this match, and to
Kirsty
win this match by a 3-0 scoreline. It's a disastrous start to Tuesday thus far for Kirsty Vynan, and lost her first match 3-0 to Paige Pauling. And has lost this game 3-0 to Kirsty Hutchinson, who finds herself on the board. Much more like it. And in particular, the doubling, much more like it from her. She's on the board, another decent display. But for Kirsty Vynan, the alarm bells will begin to ring. That's the tail of the tape for that particular contest. Next up, Natalie Gilbert takes on Gemma Hayter, who has an opportunity to move level on points. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Still the same, huh?
It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Well, that magnificent arena, the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, will be hosting an audience with Phil Taylor on Saturday afternoon. Plenty of events here this week. In fact, it is a very, very busy week here in the most famous church in darts. So what's it? One of the boxing podcasts said? The Cathedral of Darts. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. You can get tickets out. And don't forget Sunday as well. World Seniors Darts comes to this building for the very first time. The 2025 Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions will be here. And we have 12 stars of the Seniors division going head-to-head for the trophy, which was won last year by Richie Howson. And it's a tournament which is quite literally going from coast to coast, because from Blackpool to Portsmouth, the tournament is back for a third year. The action is live on Pluto TV if you can't be here in person, but if you do fancy a weekend trip to Portsmouth, then do head over to www.dartshop.tv and you can be here. And the ticket does get you admission to both sessions, so you can be here for a full day's worth of darts. If you get a VIP ticket, you'll get a Q&A in the morning with a couple of legends of the sport. We will lead you to who that will be in due course. We're going to keep a little bit of surprise for you. Under wraps, you'll find out if you buy a ticket for the VIP experience. Not just that, you'll get a photo opportunity with the trophy, you'll have a signature signing session, and you'll have the best seats in the house for 2 sessions worth of darts. Hope I get commission if we get anything off of this.
That should be absolutely epic.
And of course, if you do buy your tickets for an audience of Phil Tate, it gives you also admission to the final here on Saturday night of Women's Week 4. Which is where Gemma Hayter wants to return. She's made the final the last couple of times. Won Group A the last couple of times that she's played in this particular format. But for her, the ambitions are lofty. The ambitions is to go and win the week.
Yeah, and she would have seen, obviously, Kirsty going through the card yesterday, but now we'll sense that there's a real opportunity just to turn things around, because Kirsty Vynan hasn't picked up a win so far today. Gemma, of course, won her opening battle against Trina Guliver. A narrow victory, 3 legs to 2.
60. Gemma, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg, Gemma Hayter.
Gemma at the moment playing in a way that she knows this is a chance. This is a chance to turn things around from what happened yesterday, because not only did she lose a couple of games, this was one of the encounters she lost yesterday, and it was 3 legs to 0, and it was a case of having opportunities at doubles but not being able to take them, and that was a cleanly taken leg in 16.
Well, opportunity knocks now, and even though it's a round-robin format, when you're in a position that Gemma's in, knowing that Kirsty Vynan now is in a position to be catchable, there's almost a knockout element in your mind that comes into play, because you know the effects that a defeat has.
41. $100.
Natalie Gilbert, she started off proceedings this morning with a 3-1 victory over Kirsty Hutchinson. Kirsty Hutchinson, we've just seen, do a 3-0 demolished job over Kirsty Vynan. It really is one of those groups where everyone just seems to be beating everyone else, and it's kept the table really quite interesting.
Yeah, very, very tight, particularly in behind Kirsty Vynan at the top. But what Natalie's doing a very good job of is just picking up that odd win here and there, keeping herself very interested in the table. Wins this one, then she puts herself back into play. But the problem she's got right now is Gemma Hayter is finding one of her better games, finding the levels that we know that she's capable of.
140
there. Leaves herself on a 2-darter. Leaves herself in a very good position to open up a 2-0 lead.
$135. Gemma require 95.
Natalie Gilbert still battling away, but it's Gemma Hayter with an opportunity to lead 2-0, and she's missed the single number.
55. Natalie require 57.
Leaves herself on tots, but Gilbert has an opportunity to level up here and to get the break back. How many times have we said that so far this week? Well, that was in. You could see the puncher mark.
37.
That could be a real sickener for Natalie.
Yeah,
Gemma
desperately
require
unlucky.
40.
It clipped the wire as it went to the board.
Game shot on the
Gemma
second
Hayter
leg.
taking
Gemma
full
Hayter.
advantage of that misfortune of Natalie Gilbert.
And not just did she hit what she was looking at, it
Third
was the
leg,
same
it's Natalie
target
to
that
throw
Natalie
first.
Gilbert
Game
had
on.
that rejection from, which is probably going to hurt even more. We saw something of similar proportions last week. I think it was Charlie Manby who had a 6-6, which came in and came back out again.
85.
And usually in those scenarios, it's usually because you have a dart close by and it's just come off the barrel.
45.
But there was nothing at all in the way, was there?
No, I can only imagine that it's just clipped the wire at such an angle that it's taken out some of the power and just didn't have enough force to grip into the board. But as you say, it did make a mark.
100.
That first dart
140.
probably lacking at times for Gemma Hayter yesterday. If it sits in the bottom of the board or the bottom of the bed like that, it's the perfect guide for her.
Yeah, I think you commented on it actually yesterday that quite a few were just dropping a bit low.
140.
There was absolutely nothing low about those darts. Gemma Hayter, first maximum of this encounter.
Really rallying today, isn't she? Averaging in excess of 91, 2 from 3 on her doubles. Credit to
6.
Natalie.
Gemma require
She's putting up a fight, but
136.
Gemma Hayter so far is putting in the performance of the week. And she's going to leave herself on
96.
tops after 12 to
Natalie
win this
require
game 3 zip, unless
116.
Gilbert's got a 116 in the locker.
Well, these were the type of shots that Natalie Gilbert was finding with regularity yesterday. Double 12 for a double-double finish.
104.
Not able to
Gemma
find it.
require 40.
So tops for Hayter to win this game 3-0. And to put in the performance
and the
of
match,
the week.
Gemma Hayter.
A 3-0 victory for Gemma Hayter with an average of 88.5, and she's now level on points at Kirsty Vynan, and them two will go head-to-head in the third round of fixtures. These two certainly enjoying each other's company this week, sharing a joke at the end of that one. Hayter 3-0 winner, really good numbers from the Gosport ace. Coming up after the break, it's Youth and Experience as Paige Pauling takes on Trina Guliver. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Veen! Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Gemma Hayter got the better of Natalie Gilbert by 3-0. Means that both her and Kirsty Vynan level on points, and because of the legs difference, Gemma is now at the top of the table by a couple of legs on that metric. Game number 6, Trina Guliver against Paige Pauling, a 10-time world champion up against the reigning girls world champion. And Trina, over the last couple of times that she's played here, has played a very much an ambassadorial role with
First leg, it's Paige.
Paige. A lot of advice being given out, and invaluable advice from somebody who's picked up no fewer than 10 world championship
40
titles. For Paige, well, she got her day off to the perfect start. 3-0 victory against Kirsty Vynan, doubling decent, which was perhaps a bit of a problem for her on Monday. As for Trina, well, she put up a decent fight against Gemma Hayter, but the timing of Gemma in the last leg denied her an opportunity of winning that particular match.
Yeah, when these two met yesterday, it was Paige Pauling that got that solitary. That was her solitary win on Monday. As you say, it's a much better start for her
66.
today.
140. Trina, you require 161.
This is a great leg from Trina Guliver. And the ball is on. She doesn't have to go for it. There is a hesitation, but she's contemplating it.
Go on, Trina, go for it.
121.
If she was sat here, she'd be saying the same thing. But when you're up there on the hockey, you play the percentages. She slipped up against Paige yesterday. She doesn't want to do the same thing again.
Just so boring.
30.
Should have gone for the bull.
She's still got time, but 5-5, one of those tricky doubles.
59.
You don't want to come inside.
Trina,
you
you
don't want to be sat on 5. You can end up chasing these doubles around the board. She has come inside, but still 2 in hand.
8. Paige, you require 167.
Well, can't go no further. than a double one.
39. Trina, you require 2.
Well, really good scoring in this leg. Couple of missed darts at a double. But it
Game shot
matters
on the
not.
first
Gulliver's got the
leg.
break
Trina
and she
Gulliver.
finds herself on the board.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $140.
Straight back in the treble 20s. We commented on how well Trina Gulliver scored in the
57.
first leg and backing it up here in the second.
$60.
So we've seen from Trina the last couple of times she's played at a Women's Week that there is a level which is still very much towards the peak of her powers. And when she unlocks it, she's a
81.
danger to quite literally anybody. And she's the first to admit that she wants to find on a bit more of a consistent basis. But I get the
97.
sense that she must feel in a very good place about her game right now, that she must be feeling as if things are looking as if it's in a good direction, the right direction, and things are looking upwards with her
100.
game again.
And sometimes when Trina approaches the oche, and
60.
you can see it in her
Trina
stance and the
require
action.
120.
It's right back to when she was lifting those 10 world titles.
You know, players have tells, don't they? And you can kind of tell when players are in tune. And for Trina, it's when she's got that real bit between her teeth. That's when you know that she's really in
95.
tune
Trina
and she's
requires 60.
really feeling good about her game. Double top for 2-0.
20. Page, you require 128. $40. Trina, you require 40.
Tops required to go within one of the match.
Game shot on the second leg. Trina Gulliver.
That was much more cleanly taken for the Golden Girl.
Third leg, it's Page to throw first.
He's playing steady enough so far. The scoring
100.
superb. And at the moment, just a bit too much for Paige Pauling.
$60.
In here for Trina would
59.
put her on to 6 points. Still has a little bit of work to do in terms of legs difference to overtake Natalie Gilbert in the table. But she would take on Natalie
45.
in her next game. That's match number 9 of the session.
41.
Two in. Can she find the third?
140.
Has to settle for a 140 in the end, but puts her right back in contention for the leg.
Just a few darts dropping low for Paige. And because of the angle of entry, the darts stand up to attention. It makes life very difficult to readjust.
45.
Now that's a better first dart for Paige. She can use that just that little bit more.
60.
She was unlucky not to have found the treble 20. As is Trina here, and a sensible
91.
switch and a great outcome.
Leaves herself on 120 to win this match.
55. Trina, you require 120.
Looking at 120 to complete a 3-0 win.
$100. Page, you require 126.
Again, a superb last start from Trina Gulliver, and she will be back at the oche for a 3-0 victory.
48. Trina, you require
Double 10
20.
to round it off. And to get on the board for the day. Well, that was a really handy performance from Trina Guliver. A 3-0 victory over Paige Pauling. The scoring at times was dreamlike for the Golden Girl. We had that little bit of fun, didn't we, with the bullseye of the opening leg, and I think that might be part of the conversation that she's having now with Jack Garwood. A 3-0 win for Trina Guliver. Brilliant scoring. And in a very good position potentially for Group B now. Coming up after the break, the big one at the top of the table. Gemma Hayter, Kirsty Vynan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series to complete the first couple of rounds of matches on this Tuesday morning, and this is what we've seen up to press. Trina Guliver 3-0 winning against Paige Pauling before the break, but it's been a compare and contrast start for Gemma Hayter and Kirsty Vynan, and Vynan has not won a leg so far today, whilst Gemma Hayter is 2 wins from 2 and is leapfrogged Vynan at the top of the Group A table. Both level on 10 points, but Hayter getting the jump on Vynan by way of legs difference. And a really intriguing race now for the final spot in Group B. Gilbert, Guliver, Hutchinson all on 6. Paige Pauling on 4 points in the group. Looks like it's going to be a very tight tussle to the line to see who will be playing the night session, who will be playing in the afternoon. So to Game 7, and this perhaps the most impactful game of the session as Kirsty Vynan takes on Gemma Hayter. Both players tied on 10 points at the top of the group. The winner will open up a 2-point lead as we head into the second half of this particular Group A. And I know it's easy to say that
First
because
leg,
she's won
it's Gemma
both
to
and
throw first.
her opponent has lost both, Gemma
Game
Hayter goes in favour. But it's not just that. It's the level of performance that Gemma Hayter's been able to attain. Best performance of the week last time out. 88.4 on average. 3 from 6
85.
on her doubling against Natalie Gilbert. And there was also signs in that game against Trina Gulliver that her game is in tip-top form. She's in fine fettle today, is Gemma Hayter.
She is indeed, but it's a
140.
solid start from Kirsty Vynan. This was the game for me yesterday that kind of changed the fortunes for Gemma Hayter, because she was threatening to put in
45.
the performance of the week after a couple of legs, 2-0 up, a 156 checkout, averaging around 107 and looking absolutely like she was untouchable on the oche. And Kirsty Vynan rallied, found a way to come back.
100.
These two are the two sat at the top of the table. Yes, it's been a disappointing start for Vynan, but I do think sometimes when you know that you're playing that
85.
your closest rival, potentially the other player that you'd recognise to be the top performer in the group, it can bring out the best in you.
Well, for Kirsty, it's been a case of regrouping following
125.
that second 3-0 defeat of the day to Kirsty Hutchinson. But to a stronger start in this opening leg, and she's going to get 6 from
55.
136 to
Kirsty
get the break of
require
throw she needs one at some point in this contest. If you're going to get it, why not get it right at the very beginning of play? And that is sat perfectly for another to join. Does so. 88. Would have been some start and some statement made from the Finn.
And you'd feel from this position, Kirsty Vynan has the opportunity and will find the break of throw. But
Kirsty requires 16.
her earlier matches, she did have chances at the outer ring and hadn't been able to convert any of them. Is this the changing point for her?
Game shot on the first
It
leg.
is indeed, and done in
Kirsty
some style. 13 dart break of throw to open up proceedings here for Kirsty Vynan.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
What Kirsty be hoping is it's not going to be a role reversal of yesterday's game where Gemma Hayter got off to an impactful start and then it all went wrong.
38.
I think it just draws on what we've said. It's for me, it's the player that can find that level of performance that they can just maintain on a
85.
consistent level. Whilst these massive performances, these big averages, they're fantastic. What you really want is someone that can average around the kind of the low to mid 80s on a regular basis when they've got the opportunity to take it out. I think if in this type of format,
43.
in these groups, if you can find that, then you're going to be hard to beat.
It's a week that's there to be won by someone. There's not a overriding favourite to go on and
29.
win this. It's there for somebody to grasp.
That's the beauty of darts and the beauty of this kind of format. It's a race to 3 is a real leveller.
140.
Mention these two will be at the World Match Play next month. Their opening round ties
140.
for Kirsty. Qualifying number 8 means that you get the draw of Bo Greaves in round 1, whilst Gemma Hayter will take on Fallon Sherrock in the opening round of the Winter Gardens.
24.
And of course, 2 players that will also be buoyed by the news that an extra spot will be available
140.
for the Women's Series Order of Merit for Ali Pali in the World Championship in December.
Yeah, it will be fantastic to see more women. Alexandra Palace at the back end of the year.
100. Jamie require 107.
Double 14 for a 107.
79. Kirsty require 156.
I think there might be a scenario where, depending on what happens at the match play, there could be 5, because I think if Bo doesn't win the match play but then gets through via the Dev Tour Order of Merit. I think the Dev Tour
95.
place, I think,
Gemma, you
takes
require
precedent.
28.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know as the season draws to a close.
No score. Kirsty requires 61.
Although I'm sure there's a lot of players on the development tour that are hoping that Beau Grise wins the match play because it gives them an extra spot. In particular, young Cameron Crabtree, who would get the Grand Slam spot if Beau was to win the match play.
Tops for 2-0.
41. Gemma required 28.
Yeah, just the wrong side of that first marker,
No
and the wrong
score.
side again.
Kirsty required 20.
Gemma Hayter may rue those missed chances.
No score.
Clips the
Gemma,
wide,
you
doesn't find a
require
way
28.
through, and Hayter is back for double 14 to square up. More opportunities. But can she take this one? Yes, she
Games on
can.
the
And
second
we are
leg,
back
Gemma Hayter.
on level terms, back at 1-1.
Yeah, sigh of
Third
relief
leg,
from
it's
Gemma
Gemma to throw
Hayter.
first.
At one point,
Game on.
threatening to finish the leg in 15, ends up finishing in 22, but it's the finishing of the leg that counts the most.
60. $45.
Particularly for someone like Gemma, you consider the position that she's
100.
in, 5th on the Women's Series Order of Merit. Alexandra Palace, it was realistic before, but even more realistic and aim for the end of the year now.
And the opportunities are only going to help grow the women's game. I've always been one of those
97.
believers of, see it to be it. And I think the more women and the more younger players as well that you're getting from the development tour that people get to see on the TV should inspire that next generation
140.
to try the sport, see if they're any good at it, and hopefully follow in the footsteps of these top players.
And I think the key is as well that
95.
you look at the standard of the Women's Series, how it's got better year in, year out. It was always going to be before time that more spots were going to open up as a result of A, the
60.
standard improving, B, more players being involved, and everything else that comes with it.
It was never something that was going to happen overnight. It's something that female players have been fighting for a very long time. You go back to when Trina picked up her first title in 2001. There was only 4 players
80.
playing in that
Gemma,
event.
you require 141.
Had very little airtime. So you think from where we've gone from to where we are, it's in a great place. And I still think there's plenty of room to
94.
grow further.
And I'm sure if a certain Beau Grise does decide to play at Alexandra Palace this year, of course, her decision, and I'm sure we'll find out a little bit more
Gemma,
where
you
she
require
decides to
47.
play come the end of the year. The attention that it will get will be on an industrial scale.
27. Kirsty require
Well, I think the
84.
progress that she made at the UK Open and the headline she caught, pushing the world #1 for quite some time, I think that's given her that extra bit of confidence to know, yeah, she can compete with the very best.
Game shot on the
That
third leg.
It's a
Kirsty
brilliant finish
Vynan.
for Kirsty Vynan.
2 and up, break a throw to Boo, and now with the darts
Fourth leg, it's Kirsty to
to
throw
win
first.
this game and to re-establish the lead at the top of the table. It may be a temporary sitting in second place for the Finn.
Yeah, it's been a match which has been a real
60.
breakathon. We were commenting earlier. We often put quite a lot of emphasis on the person that gets the opportunity to throw first in a match, but actually, out of the 6 matches played today,
95.
only 1 has gone with throws so far.
Yeah, only Paige Pauling has won a game with the dart today. That was her 3-0 success against Kirsty.
$60.
I know we have a new series on Pluto TV called Break a Throw. Well, we'll have to call today Break a Throw Live.
100. $41.
But opportunity here against the Vynan throw has opened up for Gemma Hayter.
$96.
Yeah, you feel from this position, Kirsty Vynan going to need a couple of trebles here. Hasn't been able to find one in this leg, but there is the first.
$95.
There's absolutely nothing to separate these two. And Gemma Hayter has 6 darts to make it 2-2.
100.
Tom there leaves herself on something handy. Only needs the 1 treble upon her return to give herself a dart at a double. But what pressure can Vynan apply?
$81.
Big last dart.
Gemma, you require 110.
Leaves herself on a finish. Hayter 110 to square up.
$78.
Great adjustment with
Kirsty,
the last.
require 164.
Long range opportunity here for Vynan. Opting to look at the treble 20 route. Can't find it. So Hayter with another chance for another break and to level it up at 2 apiece.
100.
But guess what? Another
Gemma,
break.
you require 32.
But if she doesn't get Vynan sat poised to win this contest.
Game shot on the
Hayter's
full
back
flag.
on
Gemma
terms.
Hayter.
And we go to a last leg decide of this crucial battle at the top of the table. Both tied
Fifth
on
and
10
final
points.
leg. It's Gemma to throw first.
And whoever can race
Game on.
past 501 the quickest will have a 2-point gap at the top of the table. And it'll be them that will be able to stretch their legs as they get into the second half of this group. They'll have the opportunity to
95.
begin to burst clear of their rival.
Yeah, 2-all. This is where you're saying to yourself, right, just 1 treble at least every time you step up to that oki. 1 big treble.
59.
Especially if you're the player throwing first, because if there's something you can achieve, you're forcing your opponent to finish in 4 throws or less.
40.
Make your opponent do something special to beat you. What you don't want to do, particularly when you consider the circumstance of this game, is almost feel like you've let your opponent win it.
85.
Although we've still got a whole day's play tomorrow, just get the feeling there's a lot riding on this particular match between the two.
83.
For Kirsty, it would be a first victory of the day. For Gemma, it would solidify her place at the top of the table.
Wow, that was a perfect first die. I was begging for more to follow.
108.
Well, Gemma Hayter had an impactful 180 in the last leg of her game against Trina Guliver as Kirsty Vynan found one just as.
100.
Yeah, Vynan once again wrestled the throw away from Hayter and in a position to leave herself on a finish, if not a double.
$43.
3-4 left. Hayter knows with a decent score she can leave herself handier.
36.
Opportunity
Kirsty
passed by.
required
And that might be a
134.
case in more ways than one as Vynan looks at 134 to win this contest. And some way it would be to win the contest. Couldn't find treble 14 with dart 2, and so Gemma Hayter
94.
is needing snookers in
Gemma,
this
you
game, and she's
require
looking at 147.
147.
She found the highest finish of the week so far, the 156 against Kirsty Vynan. Will she add the 147?
111.
Great
Kirsty
effort, but
required
yeah, indicating
40.
just a bit away from the target intended.
She's had a dart to win it. Now Vynan has an opportunity to win this game. And she's not going to pass her chance by. And Kirsty Vynan returns to the summit of this group. 2 points clear at the top of Group A. Gemma Hayter had a chance to win the match off the back of the 147 finish, but she's explaining there how she felt that double 18. Well, that went a bit wide of the mark. So that the tail of the tape. Vynan with her first average in excess of 80 this week. Coming up after the break, Kirsty Hutchinson takes on Paige Pauling.
She gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Series champion. It's Bill, the Power Taylor.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
Plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, including on Sunday when we have the Seniors Champion of Champions. 12 of the best players in seniors darts go head-to-head to lift the coveted title. We're going to see the debut of Raymond van Barneveld in a seniors televised event. We're also going to see Richie Housen see if he can defend his title. Ross Montgomery, well, he's looking to back up his World Championship win by becoming the Champion of Champions. 2 sessions for you, 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock on Sunday. Just scan that QR code. You can't miss it in the middle of your screen. And by scanning that, you can get yourself here. Or if not, then head over to www.dartshop.tv. Game number 8 of the session is a meeting between Kirsty Hutchinson and Paige Pauling. Before the break, Kirsty Vynan returned to the summit of the Group A table courtesy of a 3-2 win over Gemma Hayter. So Kirsty moves on to 12. Gemma on 10. And she's going to need a strong end to the day, is Hayter. She's going to keep herself in contention with Kirsty at the top of the pile. Now, these two are the bottom 2 in the table, but below Kirsty and Gemma, things are very tight. Gilbert, Guliver, Hutchinson, all on 6. Paige Pauling can make it 4 players
It's Kirsty to throw
on that
first.
particular total.
Game
A
on.
victory in this one, and it'll make the race for the final spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. A very, very intriguing one.
Both players have had very similar outings today. Both picked up a win.
100.
Both those wins came over Kirsty Vynan, and they were both 3-0, and they both averaged 76.42.
26.
So there's a lot in common with that. And then they came unstuck in their second, averaging around the mid to low 60s mark. So what that tells me more than anything else is
60.
They're showing signs. They've got the levels. They're just not finding it on a regular basis. I think both of these will see this as a real opportunity for Kirsty Hutchinson.
134.
It would catapult her up the table into 3rd place. But for Paige Pauling, as you've already mentioned, it really will put her well among the mix.
So what you're saying is this game's going 3-2.
45.
I mean, we've had a lot of matches so far this
59.
morning that have been 3-0.
Well, Paige is the only player to win on throw today. She'll be hoping to keep that trend alive because she's
121.
against the darts in this particular contest. But Hutchinson off to a strong start.
96.
And she's going to get 6 darts on 175 to take a 1-0 lead.
$59.
Hutchinson will be back for 116, but can Pauling just put any kind of pressure on?
56. Kirsty require
Whilst that does
116.
leave her a finish, she would have rather have put on a bit more.
Well, Hudson needed a treble to leave
45.
herself a dart at a
Paige
double.
require
Pauling needs a
130.
treble to give herself at least a dart at the bullseye. And that's awkward. Almost found, but not quite. And so Hutchinson will return for 71 to
Kirsty
take this
requires
opening leg.
71.
That 14 target as an individual number has proved
31.
troublesome for her already
Page
this
requires
morning.
72.
Tops of the break.
52.
Just underneath.
Kirsty
And so Hutchinson's going to get free of
40.
that particular target now.
No score. Page required 20.
Able to get, so Pauling back for double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Page Pauling.
Manages to find and manages to get the break.
Second leg. It's Page to throw first. Game on.
Kirsty had a real laboured walk after missing those 3 darts at tops. I think she realised it was a big opportunity missed. She put herself in a really strong position, but wasn't able to find that winning double.
60. $60. $100.
Hutchinson just able to sneak that last dart into the treble 20 bed.
24.
And I know I was saying earlier about the fact that their campaigns so far today have been very, very similar in terms of the wins and the losses that they've had.
60.
But I just get the feeling this is a match where the two of them could get completely embroiled. It could be absolutely brilliant and spark into some kind of life, or it could get really quite tough and taxing.
$60.
Yeah, you get the sense this is the type of game that whoever can front run in this contest will have a real opportunity.
81.
Because they know that there may well be desperation from their opponent quite early on in this encounter. Hutchinson looking to level up, not going to get that break back. That slip into the 5 makes life a little bit more awkward.
45.
And so, consequently, Pauling has 6 from 176 to open up a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, quick glance over to the scoreboard.
80.
Wants to leave the best possible outcome. It was Hutchinson that got the better of Pauling yesterday, 3 legs to 0. They have met
Page required
at a previous
96.
Women's Week here as well, and that was 2 apiece.
Double 8.
88.
Just inside.
Kirsty
Took a moment to
required
recompose
95.
and able to find the double. So a chance of 2-0's gone a begging for Paige Pauling. Is Hutchinson able to level up with his 95? Needs to find a treble with dart 2, unable to get, and so Paige will have 3 at double 4 to go
55.
2 up.
Page require 8. $6. Kirsty require 40.
Tops has been a target that's proved troublesome. Switch over to the 10s and now chasing it round, and Kirsty just having a word with herself.
35. Page require 2.
Well, you can see the frustration etched on the face of Kirsty Hutchinson.
No score.
But she's going to get a reprieve
Kirsty
because
require
Pauling's
5.
missed 3 more at the madhouse.
And it's 2 for double 2.
No score. Page require 2.
Well, 1 up.
No
But
score.
cannot find a way in.
Kirsty require 5.
Down for double 2.
No score. Page require 2.
Well, you can audibly now hear the frustration from Kirsty. Doubles have caused her problems, but it's been a similar issue for Paige.
Well, neither of them sat on particularly straightforward finishes, but double two once again for Hutchinson.
1. Paige requires
Again, not
2.
far from the target, but more chances for Pauling.
Double one, it's inside, and Hutchinson's back for more.
4. Game shot on the second leg, Kirsty Hutchinson.
Break back,
Third
level at
leg,
one
it's
apiece.
Kirsty
A
to
leg
throw
which I'm
first.
sure both players will want to
Game on.
very quickly put to the back of their minds. But Kirsty will be happy that she's at least got it on the board, level this game back up, and we return to throw.
55.
I think it goes to what I was saying before. When everything's going well for these two,
134.
they look back to their, well, they look like they're at their very best. But when things get a bit tricky and a bit more difficult, they do become really wrapped up in the moment.
41.
There was a real pull with the last dart there for Kirsty.
46.
Very animated at the back of the stage.
It's where you're now in that situation. You don't want panic to set in. You need to try and settle yourself down. And as I say, these kind of comments, they're easy for me to say sitting up here in a commentary box. But when you're involved in the game, it's very hard to do sometimes.
Just remember you're playing on Thursday night.
I know. Listen to my own advice. Yeah, it probably won't happen.
I can't wait for Trina to be back in the commentary box and then say on a 1-6-1 with opponent not on the finish, say go for the bull.
140.
Paige Pauling, though, remaining composed. It is generally a trait of a game. We still get a little bit animated in the last leg because of the frustrations of not being able to find the double.
21.
But it's been a very good response. That would have been for a 5-visit leg. She was able to find either the tops or the 10s there. In terms of the scoring stakes, she's outpowered
20.
Kirsty Hutchinson so far, and that is now evident in the scoreline as she opens up a 2-1 lead. Third consecutive break, now with the darts to win it.
Fourth leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. 100. $100. 81. 140.
Yeah, now Kirsty Hutchinson looking to return in kind because she's
39.
needs perfection from here on in if she is going to win the encounter.
Well, she's turned the throw over here.
60.
Didn't have a lot of that treble in view there, but she has control of proceedings.
96.
Paige with a treble just gives Hutchinson the proverbial tap on the shoulder.
$26.
Well, I saw the plan.
93.
And again, last start in hand, Paige Pauling finds a big treble.
Looking at 92 to Seal a 3-1 victory in this match.
Paige, you require 92.
And it would put them on to 6 points. I mean, 4 players would be on 6 points. It's double 16.
60.
It's almost there. It clips the wire, but
Kirsty
couldn't find a way
require
through.
94.
This is a real chance for Hutchinson here. Can't find a treble herself, so Paige Pauling, more
54.
chances to win the match.
Paige, you require 32.
3 more in hand at double 16. Now double 8.
No score.
Well, not for the first time
Kirsty
today. We have
require
seen
40.
somebody go for a double 8 and then hit the double 16. Natalie Gilbert had that issue a little bit earlier on in the day.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Kirsty Hutchinson.
4 chances there for Paige Pauling to have won the match. 3 legs to 1. Now Kirsty Hutchinson
Fifth
with
and
the
final
advantage
leg.
of throwing
It's
first
Kirsty to throw
in the
first.
final leg.
Game on.
And she wins this leg. She'll find herself in control of the race of Group B, or at least temporarily anyway. Natalie Gilbert, Trina Guliver playing the next game.
60.
Which means another player will be guaranteed to move on to 8 points if she does indeed move on to that mark. Does Kirsty Hutchinson.
39.
Big leg for Paige this. Loses this one and all of a sudden it looks like a long way back in terms of getting into Group B.
100.
Yeah, Paige just taking that step back, just composing herself once again.
115.
Worked absolute wonders for her there.
$43.
Well, this leg is very much open for interpretation.
59.
And the way the match has gone, when they get down to that final double, it's about who can
60.
keep that level of composure. As I say, Paige has had 4 chances already to win the match.
97.
Well, conceivably, because of the missed doubles in leg 2, she could have won the game 3-0.
And that's when it becomes so frustrating as a player. You can almost take being absolutely like thrashed off the board. You haven't had any chances. You can come off and think, right, well, I got beaten fair and square. But when you've had the opportunities and the chances and you miss them yourself, it's horrible because you have to blame yourself for it.
140.
It's the hope, isn't it? It's the hope that kills you more than anything. But Paige Poins boosted her hopes. 51 left to complete a 3-2 win. It will make things very interesting indeed. And it means that the next game would see the winner between Gilbert 51. And Guliver really strike a march in that race for a Group B position. Double top. Only needs the one this time. And Paige Pauling picks up her second win of the day. And it means that 4 players are tied on 6 points below the top 2. So coming up next, it is Trina Guliver against Natalie Gilbert. Goodwin, champion of champions, comes to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on Sunday afternoon. Tickets are available by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. There's a variety of different ticketing packages available. You can join us for the day, or you can have a little bit of the VIP treatment. You can have a Q&A with a legend of the sport. You'll have your picture taken with the trophy. You'll have the best seats in the house. And come on, you know you want to treat yourself. You know, it could be a birthday present for somebody. It could be a very early Christmas present for somebody. Why don't you come and treat yourselves by coming along on Sunday afternoon? 2 sessions as well, by the way, for the price of one, in that one ticket that you get. And you get to see some legends of the sport in action. And you get to see him as up close and personal as that camera angle there. Next up for us, it's Trina Guliver against Natalie Gilbert. And you will see Trina on Sunday because she's going to be playing. And she's going to be playing in the opening match of the tournament as she takes on Steve Beaton. I'm not being funny. It's worth the admission money alone to see Steve Beaton. Who don't want to see Steve Beaton?
I don't know, honestly. And you were saying, talking to legends, obviously, 10-time world champion and Trina here right now, still trying to jostle for a place.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first.
Into the finals on Saturday. Now, it sounds like an amazing lineup, doesn't it, Sunday?
Yeah, these are the games that we're going to see in the afternoon. Trina Guliver against Steve Beaton. Neil Duff up against Martin Adams. Mervyn King takes on Kevin Painter. Simon Whitlock up against Richie Burnett. Then Ross Montgomery will take on the winner of the Guliver Beaton game. Raymond Van Barneveld, the winner of Duff Adams.
85.
Richie Hauser will take on either King or Painter. And then John Henderson up against either Whitlock or Burnett. That'll be the afternoon session. And then in the evening, we will culminate the action.
121.
Both the semi-finals will then be followed by an elongated final. All available for that one ticket price. 2 sessions worth of darts for the price of
60.
one here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you can't be here, then we'll be your company on Sunday because we will have every single dart televised
60.
live for the very first time on Pluto TV.
$41.
Well, it's been a tough opening couple of rounds this morning for
85.
Natalie Gilbert. She did get over the line in the opening one, 3-1 against Kirsty Hutchinson, but it was one of those games where I think you would argue that's one that almost Kirsty let get away because Kirsty had a lot of
43.
chances at doubles. She was 16 in total.
140.
Natalie was just able to capitalise and then lost to Gemma Hayter 3-0.
100.
Trina's scoring at times today has been too much for the rest of the field to handle. The one plaguing issue has been the finishing. There was signs of improvement, though, in that
55.
previous game against
Trini
Paige Paul. And let's see
require
how
40.
she is on double top. She's got plenty of time to take out this opening leg.
Options here, 14 left.
26.
Does opt to go straight for it, but from that position, maybe could have contemplated the split or even the bust.
$140.
And now there is
Trini
pressure on this
require
double 7.
14.
Now it could get awkward. Double 2.
10.
Not this
Natalie
time.
requires 77.
Oh, 74. There are a couple of options. Oxford, treble 18, can't find the target. Chances again for
37.
Trina Guliver.
Trini, you require 4.
And so down for double 2. Now it's awkward. Maybe a little portion of the top corner to find.
No score.
But unable to get.
Natalie
and so
require
Gilbert
40.
has chipped away as Gulliver's missed double after double, and she's going to get an opportunity at tops. Trina shaking her head, and there's a reason as to why, because Natalie Gilbert has won a leg which Trina should have had in her ledger.
Second leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
It's exactly what we said, wasn't it? Trina's scoring power, she's been really on point today. It's just tightening up when it comes to the finishing. Trina had 8 darts
66.
in that opening leg to see off Gilbert. Trina's last match, we were talking about obviously the 10 titles, but also the levels of play. I mean, Trina still holds the highest averages ever to be hit in a Women's World Championship. She's got 3 of the top 5 still.
It's incredible when you consider the likes of Bo Greed, Lisa Ashton, Anastasia, some of the things they've done on the Lakeside stage, Baku Suzuki. See Makua yet at a Women's Week here at the Super Series. I've seen her play in the main series a couple of times.
85.
She'd be a great addition. I guess in terms of the commute, it's slightly longer than most of us to hop on a plane from Japan to come here on the south coast of England.
Well, it's something that we say about a lot of players from that particular region. We know that there's talent there and there's talent in abundances, and we're trying our utmost to try and get as many of those players over, but the practicalities of it is not as easy as just bring them over for a week, like maybe a player in continental Europe could possibly come over for a week. There's got to be a justification of a trip, usually maybe before a tournament or on the back end of a tournament, or potentially maybe with a specials week, maybe playing in that and then playing in a second week to kind of justify the cost of flights and hotels and things like that. It's not as easy as getting player X in to play in a week.
59. $83.
Well, Gilbert first to a finish, 139. Not the most straightforward of finishes, and Trina in a position here to do something better.
Natalie require 139.
Strange, isn't it? 3 dart finishes, they should all kind of register in the same way, but there are some, the 139s, the 137s, they're just
28.
You're chasing everything all around the board.
Guliver chasing just the one treble for a dart and a double. Finds it with dart 2. It's double 18. It's just on the inside.
Natalie require 111.
Well, treble 17 also the target here for Gilbert, but she can't find it. Guliver back for more chances.
91. Trina, you require 18.
So double 9 to square this game up.
Game
Double
shot on
9
the
found.
second leg. Trina
And back
Guliver.
on terms we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on. $140. $100.
Good find for Natalie Gilbert with the last. Just keeps her in contention.
60. $92. $100.
Decent leg this from Trina on throw. asking the question of Natalie, asking big questions of Natalie.
95.
6 darts from here to move within 1 of victory.
95.
It feels like one of those games very similarly weighted to the one previously between Kirsty Hutchinson and Paige Pauling. Paige Pauling win there puts her with 3 other players on 6 points. The other 2 players are Natalie Gilbert
54.
and Trina Guliver. Whoever
Trini
wins this
require
encounter
106.
will go up into 3rd place on 8 points. 2 points clear of that chasing pack.
73. Natalie require 160.
So 160 for Natalie to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Not to be on this occasion. So Gulliver's going to come back, but because of the slip for the last dart, she's going to have to burn 1 here.
Trini require 33.
Supposedly slipping it in the 17 rather than the 25 means that she's got the option to double 16.
1. Natalie requires 60.
So Natalie back for 60 to get the break, go 2-1 up, and then have the darts to win the match. Remember, all but 1 game has gone against the throws so far in this session.
Game shot in
And
the 3rd leg.
Natalie Gilbert's 1 leg away from ensuring 8 of the first 9 are run against throw, if she can hold her darts
4th
here.
leg. It's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
Well, Trina has carved out the opportunities to see off these legs, hasn't been able to take the chances when they've
41.
come, but Natalie's finishing 2 from 4, 50%, including that 60 checkout in the last.
$60.
Well, you look at the score in Power Pack, nothing to separate the players in that particular metric. Same amount of 1 treble and 2 treble scored.
44.
It's the 12 missed darts at double for Trina Guliver that is the major difference in this one. Natalie, when she's had her opportunity at double, 50% so far.
140.
And I think if you're in Trina's position, you've got to be confident in the way that you're scoring and the way that you're performing. And you've just got to keep thinking to yourself, the doubles will come, because ultimately, if you give yourself enough opportunities, you will start getting across the line. And she's back in the treble again.
100.
The ton scoring hasn't been an issue at all.
121.
7 tons, a couple of 140s as well. But Natalie keeping with her, courtesy of that 1-2-1 she's just hit.
45.
And although Gulliver's left herself a finish, Natalie in a good position to wrestle back some advantage.
24. Trini, you require
So
156.
156 and 6 darts to take us all the way to a deciding leg. Dart 2 is in, as is dart 3.
140.
Double 8 left.
$58. Trini requires 16.
Gulliver with the chance for the break to make it 2-all. To force a deciding leg between the pair, and it is going to be a decider between Gulliver and Gilbert to see who will be on 8 points after this match.
5th and final leg. It's Trina to
clear
throw first.
of the rest of the group. The bottom 3, who at the end of tomorrow's play will find themselves in Group C.
Yeah, not just too clear of the rest of the group. It'll only be 4 points off that top spot.
Well,
100.
Trina does play Kirsty in her next game, which, if she was able to win this leg and then win that one, then
81.
things become a little bit more bunched up in the table. But it would also be a big problem for those below her in the table, because it means that she'll be extending further away from them.
81.
Yeah, and the same argument, I guess, could be made for Natalie, because if she can win, goes on to 8, and she's also got Kirsty Vynan to play the very last match of the session.
However, she's in a spot above her because
140.
Gulliver's finding a score in power when it matters most.
Unfortunate deflection forces the
86.
switch and used well, but as you say, Trina in a really strong position here.
Just as a glance over to see that that second dart was in the
100.
treble. Tun leaves herself on 95.
$44. Trina, you require 95.
And Gulliver there now afforded the luxury of time. 76 remaining. Well, it's double 8 for a 3-2 win.
87.
Just the wrong side of the wire.
Gilbert can only hit and hope that there's a rules reversal of
60.
the opening leg of
Trini
this match.
require
Gulliver
8.
looking at double 4 to complete a 3-2 win. Gulliver's in
shot and
play.
the match.
Make
Trina
no
Gulliver.
mistake about that. A win against Natalie Gilbert puts her onto 8 points, puts her a couple clear of those behind her, but also sees her look upwards in the table with Kirsty Vynan to come. That the turn of the tape from that one. A 3-2 win for Trina Gulliver. Coming up after the break, Kirsty Hutchinson takes on Gemma Hayter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 9 matches on this Tuesday morning. Before the break, we saw Trina Guliver get the better of Natalie Gilbert 3-2. The big game was Game 7. Kirsty Vynan retaining her lead at the top of the table with a 3-2 success against Gemma Hayter. This is now how the table looks. Vynan on 12 at the top of the pile, 2 clear of Gemma Hayter. Trina Gulliver's brought herself into play on 8, but she's going to need a strong end to the group if she is going to go on and claim the Group A group. What she has done is open up a couple of points lead from those behind her in Natalie Gilbert, Kirsty Hutchinson and Paige Pauling in the race for Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And next up for us, we're going to see Kirsty Hutchinson and Gemma Hayter go head-to-head. For Gemma, another chance to go to the top of the table, playing first in this round of fixtures means that she can apply the pressure on Kirsty Vynan. Will take on Trina Guliver in the next match. As for Kirsty Hutchinson, she has already beaten Kirsty Vynan today by a 3-0 scoreline. She'll be hoping to cause another upset. But this was a game yesterday which was won by Gemma by a 3-0 scoreline.
Game on.
What's Tuesday's meeting going to yield?
$55.
Yeah, Kirsty today has the opportunity to throw first in the odd-numbered legs, should she need to go the
45.
distance. Something that we quite often talk about, but actually, when you look at the results today, Trina, in that last outing where she beat Natalie Gilbert 3-2, that's only the second one that's actually gone with the advantage of throw.
Yeah, it's only been a day dominated by the players thrown second, which in a shorter format, it does lend its way to doing perhaps just a little bit more than the best of 7 that we see during Modus Super Series weeks.
140.
It's been the latest of our Specials Week programme. We'll have a couple more in August. We'll have the
41.
Rising Stars and then the second International Pairs Week, where the Dutch duo of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe will be looking to retain the title. I hope Danny van Tripe's bought some bubble wrap for himself
85.
this time.
Yeah, either that or I think maybe we should install some crash mats or something just in case he takes that tumble again.
First, you require 161.
Yeah, Danny van Tripe by name and Danny van Tripe by nature. Hutchinson looking at 80 to take out this opening leg comfortably on throw.
47. Kirsty, you require 80. $60.
Tops has proved slightly problematic for Kirsty Hutchinson today.
45.
As for Gemma, she's not been able to get going in this contest just yet. And there's seemingly a trend beginning to become apparent with Gemma this week. There's just a feeling that the middle of the session is just when Gemma just begins to maybe hit a little bit of a brick wall. We saw her. There's a couple of games to be headed from the beginning to the middle towards the end.
Kirsty required 20.
And in the middle of this session, she's really lost to Kirsty Vynan and then finds herself 1-0 down here to Kirsty Hutchinson.
Yeah, as you say, it really was a comfortable hold. No real response from Gemma Hayter.
Game on.
Suffered that disappointment after winning her first 2 games, losing once again to Kirsty Vynan.
100.
A win here for Kirsty Hutchinson would give Kirsty the opportunity to establish a 4-point gap again at the top of the group. Or it could bring Trina Guliver right into contention in the group. As if she was to win,
100.
she'd only be a couple of points off the top. Trina does take on Kirsty Hutchinson in the last round of fixtures. Gemma's last game is against Paige Paulin, who's having an improved Tuesday.
100. $26.
Yeah, shake of the head from Gemma there. I was just unlucky with that third, to be fair. It took a bit of a wild deflection.
100. $100.
Big visit this from Kirsty. If she finds something makeable, then you'd have her favourite for a 2-0 lead, but
85.
trouble there keeps herself interested, but Gemma looking to apply as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, Hutchinson been able to find a treble every throw. It's just the one slip so far for
55.
Hayter. Another one there.
Kirsty require 131.
So 131 here for a 2-0 lead. Can't be done now.
$91. Gemma, you require 120.
Hayter 120. Good guide, utilises it, double top. There might be a fair bit in the way of this.
Game shot on the
But
second
no
leg.
mistake for Gemma Hayter. The 120 goes. That's a haymaker from Hayter. And we're back level at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game
And
on.
she's wondering where that's been.
Yeah, the response tells you everything you need to know. The raise of the arms, she was obviously pleased that she managed
41.
to convert that 120, but it just hasn't been plain sailing for Gemma Hayter. As for Kirsty Hutchinson,
45.
sat there on top, so I think she was possibly thinking before Gemma found that treble 20, she'd be back at the Oki.
Well, that is exactly what
83.
Gemma Hayter is capable of doing.
$54. $55. $26.
Just over adjusting and more frustration for Gemma.
Not a lip reader, but I think what she was saying along the lines of, come on, Gemma, what are you doing?
60.
As you said, this is the kind of match that if she can win, she will then leapfrog Kirsty Vynan.
55.
Kirsty Vynan with the luxury of having a couple of games left, so fate would still be in her hands, but yeah, you really do want to keep yourself as much in contention as
58.
possible. You don't want to be relying on other people and favours, and Gemma could do that here.
$100.
Big fine with the last. Hutchinson 6 from 204 to re-establish the lead at 2-1.
$81. $140. Kirsty require 123.
Gemma just starting to find those big scores again.
$47. Gemma, you require 81.
So 81 for the break. 12 would have left the ball, but strays wide into the 9.
32.
And
Kirsty
so
requires
Hutchinson
76.
back here for 76 to move 2-1 up and to put another blot on the sheet against Hayter.
Tops once again, and
James
this
on the
time
third
Tops
leg,
is
Kirsty
found.
Hutchinson.
76 finish for Kirsty Hutchinson, puts her within one of a win.
Fourth flag, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, we commented that Gemma just started to find those big scores towards the tail end of that last leg. Backs it up again here with a 140 to start leg 4.
45.
And even from the position that Kirsty Hutchinson's in, she's 2-1 up, but she just
45.
doesn't ever look settled up on the stage.
Yeah, you always get the sense that Gemma's got an opportunity to get back into things. And I think the other thing as well is Kirsty will know that Gemma's the type of player that can find a couple of leg bursts at any time. And so you're always going to be
41.
put on watch. You're always going to be put on notice when you play Gemma because you know that she's capable of doing anything at any time.
$40.
But I think the problem for Gemma is she's shown those types of spells. But her
100.
B game at points this week hasn't been as strong as perhaps she would like it to be.
Now, best performance for Gemma Hayter came earlier on this morning, a 3-0 victory over Natalie Gilbert.
100.
Around an 88.5 average, but also 50% on doubles. Everything just clicked together in that particular match.
85.
So 6 darts here from 176 for Gemma to square this game up at 2-2 and to enforce another last leg decider. Well, we had a spell of 3 consecutive games that went to a 3-0 scoreline. This could be the 4th consecutive game to go to a last leg decider after that little flurry of whitewash wins.
45. Gemma, you require 116.
Yeah, just needed to stay straight with the last to make sure she was on a finish if she had the chance to come back. Top through a 116 for 2 apiece.
76.
Well, 1 dart miss, but she's going to get 3 more. What pressure can Kirsty Hutchinson apply? She'll leave herself on a 2 darter. Hayter back for a level match.
Yeah, Paul with the second dart,
Kirsty
bit off the
require
target.
85.
Real chance here for Kirsty Hutchinson if she can convert this 85. She found 76 the leg before.
Just guarantee that dart at the bullseye, and Kirsty's unable to do it.
$35. Gemma, you require 40.
Well, that miss with the second dart by Kirsty Hutchinson has given Gemma Hayter another chance to level up at 2-all.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that's what you
flag.
can't
Gemma
afford
Hayter.
to do, is give Gemma Hayter too many chances. It is 2 apiece. Hutchinson with the throw, but
Fifth and
hasn't
final
proven to be
leg.
particularly
It's Kirsty to
advantageous
throw
today.
first.
Not at all. Well, both players are at least trying to see the funny side of it all. Gemma with a little smirk and a smile on her face. But this is the serious business now.
it is. But sometimes that's all you can do because obviously Gemma
60.
Hayter the throw before, double 10, hits a big 15. Kirsty straight to the oche, wants to make the most of it and can't find the big number to leave bullseye.
What's it Dan Dawson
28.
says? Funny darts is better than good darts is better than bad darts.
$45. $140.
Good response from Gemma Hayter. The disappointment of kicking off with 28, but backs up with a 140.
100.
Hayter needs a big turn here. Got it all to do. Big pick off with the last. Forces Hutchinson into a treble with this turn. Which is exactly what she gets. Another Lisa finish.
100.
Unable to find. So Gemma Hayter has turned the throw around and has a set-up turn here to win this match.
$140.
As that finish line gets closer, Gemma Hayter once again finds those big scores. 140, 100, 140 in the last 9. Down to a finish after 12.
100. Gemma, you require 93.
Well, they're chasing each other all the way to the line, aren't they, these two? Hayter first opportunity to win the match. She's not going to get a dart and a double. Is Hutchinson going to get one? Is she
Kirsty requires
unable
96.
to take out this 96? Hayter is back for a 3-2 win. Back for tops to get the job done. It's double 18. 2 in hand for Kirsty Hutchinson. For what would be another combination finish. Doesn't go.
78.
Hayter's back.
Gemma, you require 40.
2 match starts come and gone for Kirsty Hutchinson. Gemma Hayter with a chance to top the
Game's up
table
and
once
match.
again. It is
Gemma
a win
Hayter.
for Gemma Hayter. It was a hard-fought victory and smiles at the end from both. Disappointment for Kirsty Hutchinson. She had chances, didn't get across the line in the end, but it is Gemma Hayter who now jumps up with Kirsty Vynan on 12 points. These are the match stats, but it's all about getting those 2 points. Well, coming up next, Kirsty Vynan takes on Trina Guliver.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen. It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Tickets available at dartshop.tv for a plethora of events this week. Saturday, we have an audience with Philip Douglas Taylor, the 16-time champione of the world. He's going to be in attendance here at the Live Lounge. And then on the subject of champions, we've got the Champion of Champions. That's on Sunday, and that is live on Pluto TV. But you can also be here for it, and you'll be able to watch Trina Guliver in attendance for it, because she's going to be playing Steve Beaton in the opening match of the afternoon session. Now, a ticket for that will guarantee you a full day's worth of darts, because for the full price of the ticket, you'll be able to watch both of the sessions here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The afternoon session gets underway from 1 o'clock. The evening session gets underway from 7. And there's also VIP tickets that are available, which means that you get to enjoy a VIP experience and all the things that come with that.
41.
If you do buy the VIP package, it includes a Q&A with legends of the sport, a professional photo taken with the trophy, and seats near the stage. Doors open for the VIP at 11 o'clock, with the VIP experience starting at 11:15. And if you buy the general admission tickets, doors open at 12 before the main event begins at 1 p.m.
And the thing with it here at the Modus Super Series as well, it's something we talk about. It's such an intimate venue that there's not many other opportunities to be that up close and personal with the legends of the sport. It's such a unique experience when you come down on the south coast, soak up the atmosphere.
The only other venue I can think of has that kind of intimacy where you're that up close and personal with the players is probably the Lakeside.
Yeah, Lakeside and possibly Circus Tavern.
Yeah, you're very much up close and personal with the players, where obviously you go to, as great as the Premier League nights are, and it's a great carnival atmosphere. If you're up in the gods at, say, the Leeds Arena, you're a long way away from the action.
Yeah, honestly, some of the venues that the Premier League are now filling, absolutely exceptional. I remember standing on the stage in Rotterdam and I just couldn't look out at the crowd. It was absolutely enormous.
Did you enjoy getting booed by 10,000 people?
Yeah, I have to say no. I really didn't. It was an experience. It was unique.
You know how Paul Nicholson felt for the entirety of his career. Kirsty Vynan hits the game's first max, and he's looking to take a 1-0 lead in a game where she's looking to re-establish a foothold of the lead at the top of the table. Win here, she moves on to 14 points, to clear of Gemma Hayter again. Able to get tops. Guliver find the 116.
Looks perfect for a treble 20. Just pulls it a bit low.
40. Kirsty required 20.
Yeah, we say a win for Kirsty Vynan, and that will put her at the top of the table. But a win for Trina Guliver, that'll make things very interesting indeed going into the last round of matches.
Game shot on the first leg.
Confidently
Kirsty
taken
Vynan.
in the end by Vynan.
Well, this is the point in the group
Second
now
leg,
where
Trina
if you've
to
got an
throw
opportunity
first.
to take control of it, you really want to, because you can get to the end of the day with any kind of lead, it makes it very tough for those in behind to catch.
62.
Just 5 games left in the group.
And I do think if Kirsty Vynan can win these back-end matches, I think it'll be a real positive for her, because it was not the ideal start for her. Didn't actually win a leg until her third game.
60.
That is what you call an unlucky 60 from Trina. Very well thrown darts. The third one actually looked destined for the treble before taking a little bit of a deflection off the barrel.
$59.
But Trina knows that there's a land of opportunity for her if she wins this game. A victory in this particular match would put her on to 10 points. And that would be just a couple off of Gemma and Kirsty at the top of the table. And then on the final round, Trina will take on Kirsty. Gemma will take on Paige. And Kirsty Vynan will take on Natalie Gilbert.
$60.
And Vynan, though, with a real opportunity here to get a foothold of this match.
$43.
Bit of a roll of the eyes there from Vynan, but does leave her on a finish.
60. Kirsty require 164.
164 and 6 darts from this point to open up a 2-0 lead. Not to be this time, but plenty of time on her side to get herself in a good position in this game. And the legs difference, it should also be said, is quite tight between Kirsty and Gemma. So if she can win this game by a scoreline, it does herself all sorts of favours in that particular department as well.
45. Kirsty require 120.
Inviting just to slip one over the top, which she does. So tops for the 120. Tops is found. It is 2-0 to Kirsty Vynan. Yeah, going into proceedings this morning.
Game on.
Kirsty Vynan not only 5 from 5, but also had a +10 leg difference. But those early defeats, they were heavy defeats, losing both the opening matches 3-0. It's actually now see Gemma Hayter
135
on a higher leg win percentage than her.
A slender win against Gemma Hayter in her last, but a big win here. Effectively cancelled out everything that went wrong at the beginning of this session. And then suddenly drags Trina back into a race behind her, where she'll see one of Paige or Natalie move on to 8 points, level with her in the group.
6.
Because of the legs difference, and a heavy defeat here would mean that any win for Kirsty would see her leapfrog the golden girl. Paige would be unable to at this point, but would put herself in a handy position ahead of that last round of games.
140.
Kirsty Vynan here, absolutely charging for the finish line. 135, 140, 140, down to 26. A 2-dart checkout in just 9 darts.
So 86 for the match. Could be done in the space of 4 visits. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye, so may look at treble 20 here. That was exactly what the thinking process was.
One of those throws, isn't it, where you're caught in between 2 minds and you find the number in between.
But she's in a very good position to wrap things up here.
But true to form, Trina battling on.
Require 50.
One of the best performances we've seen from anybody this week. Average of 87 so far for Kirsty Vynan. And the 120 kind of took the game away from Trina Guliver in the end, as Vynan looks at tops and gets the tops and finishes off with a 14-darter to get the better of Trina Guliver by 3-0 and to put herself clear at the top of the table again. She's back to 2 points in front. At the tail of the tape, Kirsty Vynan with that 120 finish just seemingly had too much for Trina Guliver there. Next up, Paige Pauling up against Natalie Gilbert.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. That is the salubrious Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is dressed in pink this week for Women's Week. And before the break, we saw Kirsty Vynan open up a 2-point lead at the top of Group A, courtesy of a 3-0 success against Trina Guliver. Game number 12 is a meeting between Natalie Gilbert and Paige Pauling. Now, the winner of this will move on to 8 points, and the winner of this has an opportunity to go level on points with Trina Guliver. In fact, Natalie Gilbert, with a win of any margin in this game, would
First leg,
leapfrog
it's Paige to
Trina
throw
by
first.
way of a leg difference because of the margin of defeat that Trina suffered to Kirsty Vynan before the break. For Paige Pauling, she's won
93.
2 of her 3 matches so far today. It's been a much better day for her. She managed to get the better of Kirsty Hutchinson 3-2. And it was a game where
140.
she did well to keep her composure together because there was a leg in the middle of the match where both players are really struggling to hit a double.
140.
But following that, she was able to put it to the back of her mind and then find a way past Kirsty, which has put her in a position where she can realistically look at a Group B place.
40.
Yes, for Natalie Gilbert. She has picked up some points today. She won her opening match, the opening match of the session, with a 3-1 win over Kirsty Hutchinson. Pushed Trina
98.
Guliver all the way, but ended up losing that one 3 legs to 2 and suffered a 3-0 defeat at the hands of Gemma Hayter. So it's been a mixed bag for both these players.
58.
Well, Natalie Gilbert
Major
yesterday, when I asked her how
170.
she would describe her year so far, she said it was a roller coaster, and I think she'd probably
94.
sum this week up so far in as much as terms of like that. You get the gist.
No, absolutely. I agree. And she's
99.
one of those players. She
Major
really likes to
required
take a step back
76.
and reflect on how she's played, how she's performed. Well, Paige now just looking to set up.
64. Natalie require 164.
So Gilbert looking at 164, is looking for 2 treble 19 to leave the bullseye, not to be on this occasion. And so Paige will be back for double 6
94.
to hold throw in the opening leg.
Major required 12. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Paige
almost
Pauling.
perfectly in the centre of the double 6 target. Paige Pauling, confident opening leg out in
Second
16.
leg, it's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
She is a player, Paige, that can really build up ahead of stride. Once she gets off to a positive start, she can really work with it. As for Natalie, she's
34.
shown us this week that she can win games in different ways. She's not afraid to get embroiled to
41.
nick a phrase. And she's also shown us spells where she can dominate opposition, dominate opponents.
$26.
I think Paige is also one of those players. She can probably sense that
117.
Natalie Gilbert just hasn't quite settled into this meeting as of yet, and really now looking to take advantage of it.
46.
Well, she's turned the throw over in this second leg.
40.
Be disappointed with that turn because it's just opened up the door again for Natalie.
100.
Finds the treble with the last.
54. $59.
The
57.
speed and pace that Paige Pauling can switch around the board. And I think perhaps it's
58.
kind of affecting the pace and the rhythm of Natalie Gilbert, one of those players that we've mentioned before, slightly more methodical when it comes to the approach. And you can get
58.
wrapped up in a pace when you play against a faster player.
As much as a faster player can get embroiled in a game against a player with slower pace, it can also have the adverse effect the other way
82.
round.
Paige require 134.
I think the difference is if you're a faster player and you're playing
68. Natalie
someone who
require
plays at a
96.
slower pace, you don't necessarily slow down. But when you are a slower player playing a faster player, that can actually sometimes increase your speed. If that makes any sense.
56.
Because you get knocked into their
Paige
rhythm, and then you feel like what
66.
you don't want to do is you don't want to feel like you're dragging the game down as a result, and so you get caught up in something that's not natural for you. But this is natural for the likes of Paige Pauling, but the
62.
double fall doesn't go, and
Natalie
Gilbert's got
require
tops and
40.
free at it to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Game shot on the second leg. Natalie Gilbert.
One apiece it is.
Third leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on. 41. $60.
Again, it's another one of those matches where you've got two players sat on the same points, both with the 3 wins to the name, both on 6 points.
58.
Opportunity to jump up to 8. For Natalie, it would move her into 3rd place on the table. For Paige, it would move her up to 4th. Currently sat 6th because of the negative leg difference.
100.
For Paige, it's just trying to reverse the gains, or the losses, shall I say, of the opening day for her.
30.
The points, no problem at all, but the next step will be to whittle away the -8 legs difference that she had coming into this contest.
38. $42.
For Paige Pauling, after that dominant opening leg out in 16 darts, she's just struggling to find her range.
38.
Beautiful first dart, perfect first dart.
140.
And just when it looked like Natalie was
95.
posing all the question of Paige Pauling's throw, that 2 triple turn just puts her back in touch.
60. Natalie require 170.
Good ball management for Natalie to make sure she was on 170, not far from the treble 20 segment.
60. Paige require
From the big fish to the little fish. Couldn't find the treble, and because dart 1 was low, she was always searching.
57. Natalie require 110.
Triple 18 double. What side to persevere?
$44. Paige requires 73.
Yeah, perhaps she thought she could get the adjustment right from that first.
33.
You heard that clip.
Natalie
the wire.
requires 66.
It's presented a chance for Natalie to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead in this game. It's going to be 1 dart, a double top. But it's a dart
46.
that goes a begging, and so Pauling is back for the target
40.
that she clipped the wire with a previous effort. And this time, no mistake. And she moves 2-1 to the goods, and she's 1 leg away from making it 3 wins from 4 on this
Full flag.
Tuesday.
It's Natalie to throw first. Game on.
A very healthy points return, particularly when you consider the problems that she had at times on Monday.
100.
Yeah, this game, number 12, and 3 games left to go after.
100.
Paige Pauling will be facing Gemma Hayter. Natalie Gilbert will be closing the show against Kirsty Vynan.
39.
Paige finishes up against Gemma Hayter, and I'm not sure Gemma's going to like the
140.
idea of playing Paige Pauling in this type of form to finish off her day. She might be bottom of the table right now, but she could have a massive impact on how the top of the table looks. She's already beaten Kirsty Vynan today, and she'll take on
80.
Gemma Hayter right at the very end of proceedings. But she don't want to be surrounded about what
94.
other people do. What she wants to do from this point onwards is try and dictate matters for herself. Try and find a way into Group B, which, when you consider the standing start, I suppose she was left with at the beginning of the day today, would be quite the
53.
achievement
Paige
for her.
require 167.
She's got first chance to add a couple more points to that tally.
54. $134. Paige require 113.
Once again, great response from Natalie Gilbert.
$81. Natalie require 95.
to take us all the way. Last chance saloon for Natalie Gilbert. Can't find the treble 20, so Paige Paul is back for 32 to seal a 3-1 win.
55. Paige required 32.
Drags it low, has to burn a dart. And
no score.
Finds the treble 9 instead of the single.
Natalie required 40.
Well, Natalie Gilbert presented with another opportunity. It's double 10. It's 2-2.
On the full flag,
We
Natalie
go
Gilbert.
the distance.
Yeah, wide
Fifth
for the
and
brow
final
there
leg,
for
it's
Natalie
Paige
Gilbert.
to throw
That's
first.
holding her nerve. Will be disappointing for Paige Pauling though, because she hit
59.
that wonderful 54. Thought the target was blocked to leave herself 32 and afforded Natalie Gilbert an opportunity that Natalie was more than happy to take. I think Natalie a little bit too
56.
honest for her own good there. I think she was intending a different target, but points all count the same.
45.
Who knows how important they could be. And at this present moment in time, every single point in this Group
6.
A table means so much because everybody has got something to play for. And not often do we say that at this
95.
stage of a Tuesday afternoon. Sometimes we have a player that who's way clear, and then sometimes you have a player that's so far detached at the bottom that they're just looking to play for the rest of the week or play themselves into form for the rest of the week. But everybody's got a target set in mind when they walk in this building
76.
tomorrow morning, irrespective of what happens between now and the end of the session.
$46.
Such a good first start for Paige Pauling.
140.
Couldn't quite fill it up, but we say it's all about timing, and that 140 leaves Paige Pauling on a 2-dart checkout.
$85. Paige require 86.
So this for the match. It's going to be, well,
54.
Paige Pauling has decided
Natalie
to play the
require
percentage play
154.
there. She's left herself on a double and she's going to get a look at it.
Yeah, it's always a risky play, but it's paid off in the end.
58.
More match-winning
Paige
opportunities
require
here for
32.
Paige Pauling.
It's double 16. Well, it's double 12 now. It
20.
doesn't go, and so Gilbert
Natalie
has
require
a match-winning
96.
opportunity of her own.
Uh, 93 left. Treble 19 was the intended target. More chances here for
40.
Paige Pauling.
Paige required 12.
So 2 6s to complete a 3-2 victory.
Game shot
2
and the
6s
match.
is found
Paige
to
Pauling.
complete a 3-2 victory for Paige Pauling. That's 3 wins out of 4 now for Paige Pauling on this Tuesday. A much improved display in comparison to what we saw on Monday, and she mops her brow in relief. A 3-2 win against Natalie Gilbert. Into the final round we go. It's Trina Guliver against Kirsty Hutchinson next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final round's worth of fixtures here on this Tuesday afternoon. And still, Kirsty Vynan is at the top of the table. 3-0 win against Trina Guliver means that she moves 2 points clear. Also winning that last round for Gemma Hayter. So this is how the table looks. Vynan from Hayter, 14 from 12. And the other 4 players, well, they're all within a couple of points of each other in the race for Group B spot, and that will take place on Thursday and Friday night. 2 of those players involved go head-to-head here as Trina Guliver takes on Kirsty Hutchinson. 2 players that have had up and down days so far, shown us signs of some really good stuff. A multitude of missed doubles have also plagued the pair at times, but both with smiles on their faces before they get underway in the final game of their sessions. Their day's work will be completed after this game comes to an end. And a game which, if the truth be told, we've got really no idea how to call.
Because early doors, I'd say Kirsty.
Game on.
She was edgy in the opening one where she lost 3-1 to Natalie Gilbert, but then bounced back with that 3-0 victory over Kirsty Vynan. As you say, Trina,
22.
she has found some really big scores and then just not been able to get over the line and missed a handful of darts at doubles.
$81. $100. $60. $100. 85.
Well, at this early stage of the match, not much to split the pair.
137.
That could be a defining moment in the match for Trina.
Treble dart 2 should see Hutchinson looking down at the 25, but
60.
Trina with
Trini
6
require
darts on this 142 to take the opening leg of this contest, not to be on this particular occasion.
40.
Ray of hope here for Hutchinson. Trina only able to remain on a 3-dart checkout.
45. Trini, you require 102.
Well, Kirsty also reaching a finish, but it is the biggest finish of them all. And Trina now should have one at a double.
$82. Kirsty, you require
So Hutchinson here looking at 170 to get the break and take the opening leg. So Guliver's going to come back for 3 more 210s to take the early ascendancy in this match.
26. Trini, you require 20.
Yeah, having to find another angle.
Game shot on the first leg. Trina got it.
Great 3rd dart from Trina. Didn't even need to use the other 2 to buffer off of. Straight in the double 10.
Second leg. It's
Golden
Kirsty
girl
to throw
off
first.
to a golden start. So Kirsty, it's been a trying day. Just the 1 win so far from her
60.
4 matches on Tuesday. I'm intrigued to
100.
see what Trina thinks about today, because it's felt at times a little bit up and down. There's been some really good stuff, but I also get the sense that she may feel like there was
41.
1 or 2 opportunities that might have been missed over the course of the session. Particularly that last game where, admittedly, Kirsty played exceptionally well. One of the best
100.
performances of the week. But she knew if she won that game, she would be right in the mix in terms of winning this group.
Yeah, she's picked up the 2 wins today, hasn't she? The other game that she
43.
lost was to Gemma Hayter, but that went 3-2, and I think that will be the one that could have been the real turning point.
100.
Well, it's taken 2 good performances and 2 good spells to beat Trina today. Gemma with that superb last leg where she hit that 180 at a perfect time just to kind of knock the
76.
stuffing out of the golden goal. And then that performance from Vynan wrapped up with a 14 darter and a 120 the leg before.
60.
When these 2 met yesterday, it was Trina
Trini
that
require
ran out a
141.
3-1 winner.
$70.
It was a great adjustment with the second, but the last one just squeezing into the corner. So 70 points scored. She knows she'll be back.
81. Trini requires 71.
$54 remaining. And now tops remaining.
51.
20 remaining if
Kirsty
she gets a
require
look.
140.
Hutchinson 140 to square up.
I was just trying to
Trini
squeeze one over the
requires
top,
20.
but it's Trina once again, double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Trina Guliver.
2-0 2 times, finishing on double 10.
Third leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
And at this present moment in time, just having too much for Kirsty Hutchinson in this contest to
85.
actually saved the best performance for last yesterday against Natalie Gilbert, but I just get the sense that she'll be happy
95.
to see the back of today and then come back tomorrow with a fresh mind, a fresh perspective, and a fresh challenge ahead.
43. $140.
Yeah, this is a better response from Kirsty Hutchinson. But back comes the Golden Girl.
108.
Back she comes with a max.
And that might well be the deal breaker for Kirsty Hutchinson. That could be
60.
one big score, perhaps too many. But Trina hasn't been able to back it up.
$59.
Yeah, Trina Guliver making full use of the whole board, making sure she's on a finish.
45. Trina, you require 134.
And there's 134 to win this match. Won't get this time.
82.
We'll be hoping there's a next time.
Kirsty require
These are self-handedly poised on
161.
52 if Hutchinson can't convert the 161. Well, this would be some way to save it. But Dart 2 goes a begging, so Guliver back for 52 to wrap it up.
97. Trina, you require 52.
Tops for a 3-0
It's
victory, and it
under
is a
Trina
3-0
Guliver.
victory for Trina Guliver over Kirsty Hutchinson. That win sees Trina Guliver finish day 2 on 10 points. And there you see the stats. 77.74 for Trina Guliver, 3 from 8 on the outer ring as well, and denying Hutchinson a chance at a double. A couple more games to go, and next is Gemma Hayter, Paige Pauling.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're into game 14 of our session, and it is a meeting between Gemma Hayter and Paige Pauling. Before the break, Trina Guliver beat Kirsty Hutchinson by a 3-0 score, and that means the Golden Girl moves on to 10 points in the group, 2 ahead of Paige, ahead of this game against Gemma. So Trina could do with Gemma doing her a little bit of a favour here, and if Hayter can win this game, she'll move on to 14 points. Level with Kirsty Vynan, who takes on Natalie Gilbert in the final match of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Gemma, I feel like we've said this about pretty much everybody today. It's been very up and down. Some really good performances in there. Only the one defeat so far today, but if she can get a win here, get 8 points on her day, she knows that she is in a prime position to chase Kirsty Vynan down tomorrow, irrespective of how she gets on against Natalie Gilbert.
I agree, and I think actually you could probably draw parallels Paige Pauling as well. Also, just the one defeat today. She's won 3 out of a possible 4 so far and put herself in contention for a spot in Group B. Currently sat 4th on the table. And for her, a win here will put her on 10 points and in a really solid position going into tomorrow. And again, it may make that just that race for the finish line between the top few really quite interesting.
Only problem that Paige has, I know we've mentioned it all days, at some point tomorrow, she's going to put herself in play for one of those Group B spots. She's going to have to win a couple big because -7 is currently her legs difference. Trina Guliver is currently on 0 in terms of that particular metric. And it's Hayter who's got off to the better start on throw. And actually, following a spell where we saw 7 of the opening 8 games go against the darts, since then,
61. Jamie require 84.
4 of the next 5 go with throw.
Well, ball
34.
And I'd argue that was off the wire.
Paige require 140.
Where it was going to end up, we don't quite know,
60.
but the wire definitely 50. Causing problems for Gemma Hayter. Double top.
Game shot on the first
well, no
leg.
mistake
Gemma
about
Hayter.
that one, and no denying that one. Hayter one up.
Second leg, it's Paige to throw first.
These two kicked off their Group A campaign against one another yesterday. It was a dominant performance by Gemma in the end, winning 3 legs to 0. Really solid on the doubling as well yesterday. 3 from 5 in this fixture, including an 88 finish. Looking to do something similar here.
81.
Well, she wins this game by a margin, i.e. 2 or 3 legs. She will go to the top of the table, leapfrog Kirsty. If it's by 2 legs, it's because she's won more legs. If it's by the full quota of 3-0, it will be on legs difference itself.
$60.
Remember, Kirsty's still to come in the Final match of the session after this against Natalie Gilbert, who
32.
herself need to find a win. Otherwise, she could find herself adrift of the mix in terms of finishing third in the group.
45. $100.
Pulling there, slight shuffle across the hockey, trying to find the right angle.
$60. Page you require 145.
Page first attempt at a finish, but she's not going to find the 145, and so Hayter returning for 155 to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-0 lead in this match. All about setting up from here.
97.
He's herself handy enough. Pauling may just get a dart at the ball.
It is a dart, and it is at the ball,
61.
and it's just outside.
Jimmy, you require 58.
That's double 10 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
This is
Gemma Hayter.
efficient finishing once again from Gemma Hayter. 2 from 4, 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Gemma to throw
One
first.
from another comprehensive win.
Well, she's looking to leave with a statement, isn't she, Gemma
30.
Hayter? Win this one 3-0. Say to Kirsty, I am going to
60.
be following you all the way to the line tomorrow.
Gemma finished yesterday's action with a bit of a flourish. It was a battle with Trina Guliver, but it was a 3-2 win for her.
45.
If you can win that last one, I think you can just take that little bit of confidence into the next day.
It's the one that's the most fresh in the mind, and so consequently, if you win it, you feel great about yourself. But then if you win your first 4 games and you lose your last one, you come out of here thinking, oh, what could have been?
100.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of analogy that we make that as a dart player, if you hit treble 20 first and then you go 1 and 5, you think, wow, what a waste of a treble 20. But if you go 1-5 and find the treble 20 with your last dart, you think you've rescued the score. They're the same score. They count the same, but it's the way that we view them.
Perspective is everything.
85.
And this leg's up in the offing. All depends on what Gemma can do here. I'm going to leave a finish.
45.
And it's opened up the door here for Paige Pauling to get a break back.
83.
Has to break twice to win this game, does Paige.
$60. Page you require 133.
Yeah, and I think that was a real oversight there for Gemma Hayter. Needed to switch with the last, ensure she was on a finish as it stands. 166.
27.
She's now just looking to set up.
Well, the bite of the flight as she came back down the hockey told you everything you need to know about the fact that she knew that she made a bit of an error there.
81.
But credit goes where credit's due. She's found a treble, left herself on a 2-darter. Trying to make the most of the situation, trying to make amends of the situation, but she may not get the chance.
70.
Pauling misses double 18 for the 106.
85.
Bullseye for 3-0.
60.
Yeah, very close attempt, but Paige Pauling now for 1 on the board. Double 9.
27.
And that could be curtains because Gemma Hayter returns to 25 to wrap up a 3-0 win. Misses the big numbers, looking for 17 to leave double 4. It's double 10, 15. The target now. That moves on the inside, and it presents Pauling with another opportunity.
No score.
Shake of the head, one she can't take.
10.
Hayter's been good on this target today, although no dart player wants to be told that they're good on double 5.
Never since that slight mistake, leaving that 166 just may have rattled Gemma. This time, make sure of the single 1.
Same shot
And
on
a
the
good
third
adjustment
leg.
with
Paige
the third
Pauling.
dart sees Paige Pauling get a leg up on the board.
Fourth leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on.
And essentially, we are now back on throw. A hold here for Paige Pauling. May
43.
just changed the context of this match completely.
$140.
Well, that 140 means that Gemma's instantaneously taken the throw off her Paige, instantaneously applied the pressure
42.
on her teenage opponent.
$100.
Great last start, managing to craft one through the middle of what looked like a fairly obscure target.
5.
Disappointment for Paige Pauling. After doing the hard work, finding a breaker throw, hasn't been able to push on.
78.
And despite that shake of the head from Gemma Hayter, who's racing towards the finish line, she's in a very
42.
commanding position.
Finding that treble now of a lot more regularity. Well, what a leg this is. We saw a similar leg
133.
from Gemma to get the better of Trina Guliver right at the beginning of the session. Has she found another big leg when she needed it?
96. Gemma, you require
Just when
50.
pressure is being applied by Paige Pauling. Well, treble 10 leaves double 10.
30.
Doesn't go.
Now Paige Pauling, all she can do is try and find a treble and hope, and she
41.
hasn't.
Gemma, you require 20.
Hayter here, plenty of time.
Well, this should be it. Up for double 5, but
No
wide
score.
into the double 12. But the one thing that Gemma does have to her aid is the luxury of time.
Finding a big score.
134.
Could it be all
Gemma, you
academic?
require 20.
10s again. Chasing round. Chasing
No score.
round. And she's bust the score
Paige, you
again.
require 98.
Yeah, real scratch of the head. Treble 19 was the target. Paige Pauling, once again, let's
26.
Gemma have more match-winning
Gemma, you require
opportunities.
20.
To finally wrap it up. We've seen this story before.
I mean,
No
that is a
score.
smile from Gemma, but
Paige, you require 72.
not one that she's meaning it's just the frustration, the shake of the head. Because
Same shot on the fourth
Paige
leg.
Pauling
Paige Pauling.
punishes 72 checkout, but Gemma Hayter in terms
Fifth
of the
and
finishing,
final
2
leg.
from
It's Gemma
17,
to
and most
throw
of them have
first.
come
Game
at
on.
match-winning times.
That is gonna sting Gemma Hayter.
Well, a leg that
81.
Paige Pauling was seemingly completely out of.
59. $76.
This is where you think to yourself, right, just one good leg, couple of big
125.
trebles. Paige Pauling finds the 1-2-5.
And you've got to give Paige credit here because she could have so easily have
100.
put up the white flag and said, this game is over. Gemma's probably going to go on and win it. But she persevered as Gemma was missing chance after chance. And now
58.
she's the one carving the opportunity for herself.
What's that age-old saying? Honestly, it's never over till it's over. Keep going right to the very end.
There's no defence in
137.
darts.
Gemma, you require 144.
Best form of defence is attack. Hayter looking at 144 to win it. Couldn't find the second treble. Perhaps would have been ironic after
104.
everything that happened in the previous
Paige,
leg.
you require 122.
Not completely disastrous. Treble 20 would have left the bullseye for Paige Pauling.
50. Gemma, you require 4.
So Gemma Hayter looks at Tots to eventually win this game. She has made hard work of this. But eventually she picks the points up, and I'm sure there's going to be a real sigh of relief on the face of Gemma Hayter after that. She raced into a big lead. Paulin brought it back to 2-2, but Hayter wins in a decider. Gilbert Vynakanen's next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Got one more game to go on this Tuesday afternoon, and it is a meeting between Natalie Gilbert and Kirsty Vynan. Now, Kirsty's level on points with Gemma Hayter after she got the better of Paige Pauling by 3-2 before the break. A win for Kirsty meaning that she'll be on 16 points. She'll be 2 points clear of Gemma Hayter in second position going into the final day's worth of play in this Group A. Gemma, who's looking to keep up an unblemished record of winning Group A's at a Women's Week here. She's played in 2 in the past, won both of them. Looking to do so on a 3rd consecutive occasion. But Kirsty Vynan is the biggest thorn in her side. For Natalie Gilbert, this is an important game all of a sudden.
First leg, it's Natalie.
She's involved in the race to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. She finds herself on 6 points, 4 behind Trina Guliver in the 3rd and final position. Defeat here, it will be a long way back tomorrow. But if she can win this, she'll move to within a couple of points of the Golden
81.
Girl, which will mean the battle lines would be drawn between Guliver, Pauling and Gilbert going into the third day's play here at Women's Week 4. But this game for Kirsty Vynan is
81.
all about establishing a lead at the top of the table going into Wednesday.
Yeah, re-establishing the lead because she was 4 points ahead coming into today's proceedings. Had that disastrous start, but would rescue the situation, as you mentioned, if she gets a win over Natalie Gilbert. Yeah, Natalie Gilbert, just the solitary win picked up today. That was her very first game of day 2 of Women's Week. And that was over Kirsty Hutchinson.
25. $45.
The players that haven't actually played in Group A before, obviously, there's 15 games. Everyone, obviously, having to play 5 games each, this round-robin format, it can be something you just have to kind of learn to deal with as well. It's a completely unique situation, different scenario to what we're used to in terms of knockout darts.
Well, the biggest thing is losing and then having to play again, because in 99% of the stuff you're playing, you lose a game, you're out to said competition. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, there's no real time for any rest or recovery in between these matches. They are quick fire. They're just a race to 3. It's reprogramming your brain for round robin darts, and then you have to reprogram it all again 42. On a Saturday night. If you can make it through to that stage, there's that short round robin, and then it is proper knockout darts from the semi-finals.
Really does send the mind to whirling, does this format here at the Super Series. Gilbert looking to take control of this opening leg, but Kirsty Vynan with a big score here, 180 at the perfect time. May have just wrestled this leg away from the grasp of Natalie Gilbert.
$31. Kirsty requires 65.
Well, 31 does get Gilbert down to a finish, but 65 is much more doable.
Kirsty Vynan looking at the 15s there on 65, and now it's a dart at double top.
25. Natalie require 161.
Well, 161, not going to go for Gilbert. She will be tapping on the shoulder of Kirsty Vynan here, but
Kirsty require 40.
Kirsty with a chance for an early breaker throw.
Game shot on the first
and the
leg.
early
Kirsty
ascendancy in the match. The maximum made a huge difference. 1-0 Vynan.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on. $30.
Well, that's a mistake. And he can ill afford a mistake at this stage of the day and at this stage of the group. Good last start there from Natalie. Punishing to the hilt. Takes the darts after the first round of throws in this second leg.
Yeah, been a kind of hit. Opting for a different tack, starting off on the 19s after that disappointing opener.
$58.
There are players around the circuit that do opt to play quite often on the 19s. The one that springs to mind, probably someone like Aileen de Graaf, who, if they're not going on the 20s, she will switch down. She will play off the 19s until that clicks and then move back up again.
100. $45. 123.
Well,
43.
Vynan
Yes,
again
you require
in a commanding
153.
position in leg number 2.
$59.
Is this going to be another one of those tight Group A's? We saw last week, didn't we, with Adam Gavlas and Neil Duff, a fight which was kind of separated by nose hair, really.
100. Kirsty require 94.
Duff. Just about pipping Gavlas to the post.
$54. Natalie require 155.
Vynan sets up nicely. Gilbert, though, 155. Gilbert is getting down to the finishes, but they are long range. Yeah, just taking the time, checking what she's got left. 78 required.
78. Kirsty require
Well, this
4.
is for 2-0. Doubling hasn't been too much of a problem for Kirsty. It's double 10, one left.
20. Natalie requires 77.
Well, it is a miss for Vynan. Gilbert with another chance here. 77, much more gettable, especially after the first. Double 10 now, the target.
57.
Same
Kirsty
target,
required
same
20.
outcome for both players.
So Gilbert's missed an opportunity to level. Can Vynan go 2 clear?
Game
Yes
shot
is
on
the
second
answer.
leg.
Taken
Kirsty
with the first
Vynan.
dart. Vynan 2-0 to the good and a leg away from ending the day
Third
top of
leg,
the
it's
group.
Natalie to throw
2
first.
clear of
Game
Gemma Hayter.
$100. $100.
Yeah, this is better from Natalie Gilbert on throw.
100.
Back-to-back scores of 100. The difficulty is Vynan is matching it score for score.
$41.
And is that a little bit of an opening here for Natalie Gilbert?
$60.
That's the dart, isn't it? Really inviting for Vynan.
140.
Big visit at a big time, and suddenly Natalie Gilbert is under all sorts of pressure. This is quality. This is class. Oh, that's mighty unlucky. You could see that went in and out the treble again.
Yeah, whilst no player ever really wants a bounce out, there is a time and a place, and that really wasn't one. 2-0 down. That 180 just could have really upset proceedings for Vynan.
60. Natalie require 121.
So Gilbert 1-2-1.
$57.
Well,
Kirsty
this would be
require
some way to win
160.
it. It'd also be the biggest finish of the week so far. Can the Finn finish in style? Another.
$100.
Not
Natalie
far
requires
off that
64.
second treble 20 for Kirsty Vynan, but Natalie Gilbert has a chance here to get a leg on the board to force Vynan to throw out the match.
32. Kirsty
The
requires
double 16
60.
is not got, and so Kirsty Vynan now has an opportunity to win this game 3-0. It's double top. It's not there.
Natalie
Gilbert's
require
got
32.
3 more in hand, a double 16.
Slight shuffle across the oche, trying to
Edge
find
on
the
the
angle,
third
and
leg,
only
Natalie
2
Gilbert.
needed for Natalie Gilbert.
Fourth flag, it's Kirsty to throw first.
Well, the insurance
Game
policy Kirsty's got is she's got an opportunity in this leg to win the match on throw.
$78.
Switching to the 19 seems to be paying dividends for Vynan.
$83. $43. $45.
Just lost a little bit of form with that last start. Flyer into the 5. Just the 7 points separating the two at the moment.
42.
Vynan just not able to put much more distance between them.
Yeah, this game's kind of reached a little bit of a stalemate, hasn't it?
It felt like it was really heating up in the last leg. It was
83.
going score for score between the two of them.
More like it. That first start is useful for Kirsty.
140.
puts her in charge of this leg. A leg that if she wins, she don't just win this game, but she'll be top of the table overnight.
56.
And she holds all the aces. 6 starts from this position to be the top player going into Wednesday's play.
$60.
Just the 60. And from this position in the last leg, Natalie Gilbert threw a 120 to set herself up beautifully. Can she fill it up on this occasion?
140. Kirsty require 138.
Vynan looking at 138 to complete a 3-1 victory. Gilbert on 94. Sat fair and is going to get a look at it. And these are the types of pop-pop combos that Gilbert was taking out yesterday.
81.
Yeah, especially when
Natalie
she was under
require
any
94.
kind of pressure. Even if the first start was going all right, she would manage to adjust really well. Well, that leaves 76. But the 94 not going to rescue her this time.
22.
And so
Kirsty
Vynan
require 57.
to finish top of the pile. To move 2 clear going into the last day is 2 darts, a double top. Kirsty Vynan will go into Wednesday top of Group A at Women's Week 4. She gets the better of Natalie Gilbert by 3 legs to 1. She has a 2-point lead going into tomorrow's play. It's a busy week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We have the Champion of Champions on Sunday. And if you want to be here, well, take a look at this.
He gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Super Series champion. It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
Well, it's been another busy day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this is how day 2 of Women's Week 4 came to a culmination. We saw Kirsty Vynan ensure that she has a 2-point lead at the top of the table, getting the better of Natalie Gilbert by 3 legs to 1 in the final game of the session. Gemma Hayter is the player keeping closest company behind her in the table. We can have a look at that now for you. Kirsty Vynan with a 2-point lead from Gemma Hayter in second position. Trina Guliver's in charge of the race for a spot in Group B. Could mean a commentator's derby on Thursday and Friday night. Paige Pauling, Natalie Gilbert and Kirsty Hutchinson occupy the bottom 3 spots in the group, although they'll be looking upwards potentially for a Group B position come Thursday night. This is what they're playing for come Saturday evening. Laura Turner's hoping to be playing for it on Saturday night, but she's been watching all the action on this Tuesday afternoon, and Kirsty Vynan, despite that wobble at the beginning of the day, is still top of the table.
Yeah, she turned it all around, didn't she? And the game she had to turn it around on was against Gemma, her closest rival in the race for top spots. So she, again, just showing a confidence, her class. Slow start, but still top of the table. Narrowly, but will be interesting going into tomorrow.
It wasn't just the fact she lost her first 2 games, she lost them 3-0. What does that say about her temper, the fact that she was just able to dust that from the back of her mind?
I think she's a really experienced player. We talk about her now because obviously her levels have come up, so we talk about her a lot more often, but she's got a wealth of experience to draw upon. And at that point, you can't afford to panic. You can't afford to kind of lose your mind slightly because you've lost a couple of games. It happens. You can't win everything, even if you're the best player in the world. So she's drawn on that, I believe, and then she's just fought to make sure that she's still in a good position going into tomorrow.
Gemma Hayter, 4 wins out of 5. She's put herself right into play.
Yeah, really feels like a 2-horse race for top spot now, doesn't it? And Gemma had to fight hard for some of those victories today. It didn't all go smoothly. It wasn't plain sailing, but absolutely, really, she's caught up. There's a couple of points between them. It's just the one game. So far this week, Gemma Hayter has lost both her games to Kirsty Vynan, and I think that game will be pivotal tomorrow.
And just quickly, a word on Trina Guliver today.
Trina's been great. I think she's shown scoring power. She's shown some real good signs of exactly, what she can do, just combining it with some more accurate finishing. But we know Trina, she's been enjoying a double-double finish. She's just 2 days in a row. She's had one each day. But, yes, she's been really good.
Well, Trina Guliver is in 3rd position in the Group A table going into the final day's worth of play. It is Kirsty Vynan that is going to lead proceedings as we go into tomorrow. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and tomorrow morning. Coming up next, it's upside down darts. I'm going to assume that that's darts played upside down. I think. That's coming up next. We'll have to watch to find out, I suppose. And then it's going to be the Bullseye Challenge featuring Bo Grease, who it has been announced in the last few days she is going to be playing in this series. So getting prepared for that by watching her Bullseye Challenge. And then the live action resumes tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. The final day's worth of action in Group A at Women's Week 4. And then, of course, Saturday night, the culmination of it all. The finals night for Women's Week 4. 7:30 p.m. we get underway here on Pluto TV. My thanks to Laura Turner, who will be hoping that come Thursday night, it'll be the beginning of a campaign to lift that particular trophy. It's certainly a magnificent trophy, but who is going to be playing for it? We'll find out as the week draws to a close. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now. A generational talent playing at the peak of her powers.
She steps back, has a good look, and nails it.
To become the first ever female player to hit a televised nine-dart finish.
Finds it with a third dart. Great to get that victory.
Kirsty Vynan. $54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George